The public record was closed on August 13th, and the examiner issued his recommendation on August 27th. The hearing examiner found the request was consistent with the comprehensive plan, the Broadmoor master plan, and the city's zoning criteria, and has forwarded this to the city council for review. On September 6th, a timely appeal was filed by nearby residents meeting the 20% signature requirement that's listed under PMC 25-210070, which triggered this closed record hearing. So the purpose of this request, the Desert Bloom LLC property was part of the September 2nd annexation that was brought forward to the city council earlier this year. And under Franklin County, it was zoned RT transitional rural, and the city now must assign a zoning designation to this piece of property that has been annexed into the city, so that when it is formally inserted into the city, it has a city zoning attached to it. And the request tonight is for R4 high density residential, which is consistent with the medium density residential designation that is listed within the Broadmoor master plan that was approved through the area and adopted under city code. The zoning action itself does not approve a specific development at this time. It provides regulatory framework for future housing proposals, which will go through a separate review and SEPA evaluation if needed. So tonight is not a project level review. That project specific review will occur at a later date. This is for the zoning on the property. And down here with staff findings and recommendation, the hearing examiner made findings under PMC 25-210060, concluding that the proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan and Broadmoor master plan. It is compatible with the adjacent residential uses and supports the orderly growth within the urban growth area of the city. This allows for coordinated infrastructure, increasing housing supply, and supporting land growth within city limits, which is also required by the Growth Management Act established in the 1990s by the state of Washington. The state of Washington does require any city planning under the Growth Management Act to densify, and we are assigned housing figures to each city every 10 years, the state says. So for example, during this cycle, they've assigned 18,000 units for the city of Pasco to grow in the next 20 years. That is a requirement at the state level. So the city is required to look at different areas of the boundaries of city limits and establish where these densities will go. And that was part of the Broadmoor master plan exercise, where the city reviewed all areas and decided where the best place would be for compact mixed use development in Pasco. So that was determined by the hearing examiner to meet our comprehensive plan, which is based on state law. There was no special conditions or an agreement necessary based on the recommendation, because all standard development regulations were still to apply, and staff has concurred with those findings. And so now I'll move into the appeal portion of this. That was the process at the hearing examiner level, where a recommendation was issued on this matter, and there was several people in attendance at the hearing. I believe there was 25 to 30 people present. There were several written comments, and then there was a petition signed by the neighborhood with an upward of 722 signatures and 60 written comments. So the hearing examiner took in the feedback at the meeting and the written comments and rendered a recommendation on this matter. On September 6th, the appeal was filed by nearby residents, as I touched on before, and it met the 20% requirement in code. And the purpose of the request here was that, I'm losing my spot here. One moment, please. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So as a summary, the appellants within the appeal raised 6 primary issues, and the issues are detailed in your packet. So every single issue that was appealed was provided in the staff report with the appellant's assertion in the appeal, and then staff went ahead and provided a cohesive response under each of those items in detail. So the summary I'm providing here, which I'm happy to answer any other questions later if you'd like. The summary here is just summarizing the feedback that's provided in the staff report, and I've divided it into 6 categories to present to you. So the first category is the comprehensive plan consistency. The the appellants stated that the R4 exceeds the medium density residential limits. And the response staff provided is that the Broadmoor Master Plan, adopted as a comprehensive plan amendment in 2023, established the medium density range up to 29 units per acre. Therefore, the R4 designation is consistent with that plan. There was also a note that the categorical exemption for SEPA review on this zoning determination only was improper. And staff's response is that this is a non-project zoning determination and the Broadmoor EIS already analyzed area-wide impacts and the exemption is appropriate based on our review of state code. Then the third major concern related to traffic and school concerns. Traffic could probably be in its own category. We received a lot of comments related to traffic concerns in this area that are existing, and then concerns that traffic would further impact the area for the residents there with this new proposal coming in. And we had the appellant cite Burns Road capacity and school crowding. The response is that staff provided in the report states that transportation and school impacts were addressed in the Broadmoor EIS and master plan, and future projects must meet the city level of service standards and dedicate right-of-way as needed. And again, I'll point out here that this is a zoning determination on the property, and this zoning determination is embedded within the Broadmoor master plan, which did also include a traffic review of the area. So if there's a future project that comes in and builds on this property shown on the screen, the applicant will be required to comply with the traffic plan prepared for the Broadmoor area. If anything in the project falls outside of scope of that environmental review conducted for the Broadmoor area, the applicant will be required to do further environmental review for the project and cannot exceed the level of service standards and requirements placed on that area for traffic. Neighborhood compatibility was a concern raised by the appellants and at the hearing, and the main concern was that R4 is too dense next to the RS20 zoning, which is in the county. That's a larger designation, and the R1 areas that are located within the city limits. And staff's response is this site is separated by an arterial and planned for medium density transition. The intent is still residential in nature and not detrimental to the adjacent uses. The procedural notice, there was an issue with the public notice that occurred during this process, and staff has identified how that error occurred, and we've since fixed it for future projects. The early notification was incomplete, and the hearing examiner, in light of this, continued the hearing and re-noticed all the owners within 300 feet to circumvent this deficiency. And the sixth theme related to the appeal is the conditions and agreement requirement, and the appellants requested conditions to limit density or require improvements for this area. Staff's response is conditions aren't needed for a zoning determination. Any specific project will undergo separate public review and infrastructure requirements. Moving on to the conclusion here, staff and the hearing examiner both find that the R4 zoning is consistent with the city's adopted plans and environmental review. The underlying land use of the medium density for the property was part of the 2018 comprehensive plan. So this was designated several years ago. It was updated upon adoption of the Broadmoor master plan. So this is consistent with plans in the area over the past several years. And to note, the R4 zoning does allow for the greatest level of flexibility when subdividing the property into finished single-family residential lots, which is why the applicant has applied for this zoning. There have been statements that the R4 zone is the only zone that allows for multifamily housing, and that's not accurate. All of those R1, R2, R3 zones allow for multifamily development. There's just different ranges of lot sizes and more flexibility offered in the R4 zoning. Again, this project supports Pasco's long-term housing and infrastructure goals for the Broadmoor area. Future projects will still be subject to public hearings if applicable, SEPA review and mitigation is needed. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this. And if council does approve this ordinance tonight, the city clerk will record it with Franklin County, and staff will issue a notice of decision to all affected parties. Any future subdivisions or development on the site will come back through the public process for review and approval. We do have alternatives for council. Council may modify the recommendation, deny, or direct staff to prepare a concomitant agreement, I'm sorry, I struggle with that word, as provided under PMC 25-210-080. And if council would like to be advised more of those steps later on in the process, Attorney Ferguson and myself are happy to walk you through that. But staff is recommending approval. And at this point, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any technical questions that you have, maybe not policy questions, but technical questions related to the staff report. And I can field those with council. After that, we can proceed to opening the closed record public hearing, where we'd be seeking input from folks, as Attorney Ferguson stated, that have already attended the initial hearing and have been a part of the new record, and that no new information may be submitted to the record or brought in. So we do want to be flexible with this requirement, since people are coming, this evening to speak on the matter, and we love participation in these processes. So if there is something that's severely out of scope of the materials here, I will turn my microphone on and ask to jump in, Mayor, as a point of clarification to inform you that the testimony provided was out of scope of the testimony that we can take in. So at this point, happy to answer technical questions.
I appreciate you clarifying that. Let's go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one clarification question. The Broadmoor Master Plan traffic study that was done, it says 2019, that was for medium density residential or high density residential?
There was a range of units provided, so it was done based on a mixed use of residential and commercial uses. So there was a range up to 15 dwelling units per acre that was looked at for the whole area. So that wasn't conducted on a site-by-site basis. It was conducted globally for the Broadmoor area. I'm not sure if it was actually listed under medium density residential or high density, but the range of units reviewed by the traffic report was up to 15 dwelling units per acre. And that was mentioned in the appellant's application about the density not quite matching, but it's important to note here that the traffic review is a preliminary transportation analysis for the entire Broadmoor area. It does not dictate zoning. So if the traffic review went up to 15 dwelling units per acre, and we find that the specific proposal falls outside of that range during review of the actual development proposal, the applicant is required to submit another SEPA and an updated traffic report. So it looked at the area collectively, 15 dwelling units per acre. And this is one piece to that entire area. So if this area is higher in density, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not compliant with the Broadmoor TIA.
Okay. You just said a lot of...
It's a very technical...
To process everything you just said.
It's a very technical matter, so very thick packet of information here.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right.
Can I follow up to that?
Yeah, let's jump on to Councilman Cotta.
So with this R4 transition, you're saying that the scope of the traffic study did include a possibility of this amount of density in that area?
Yeah, so that was an average for the whole area, 15 dwelling units per acre. And the area is composed of commercial uses and residential uses. So we're not going to see this amount of density throughout the whole area. That's how an EIS works when you're looking at a established master plan. You look at it collectively as one impact. And then as you get projects that come in, you look and you say, okay, let's give this development as an example. So they're coming in at a higher density. We're looking at the trips collectively for the area. Now, if this project does need more analysis, given that this transportation analysis, again, was preliminary for the master plan, we will require that upon development application.
But we don't know if we would require that now?
Not until we see what is being built there. This is simply a zoning designation for a property. So we have areas around town that are zoned right now for residential development. They're vacant and they're not developed. We wouldn't go to those sites and require a traffic study until we knew the extent of what the development would be.
So if we didn't like the way the traffic study happened later on because of the density, we could then pull back and go with something with a lower density.
If they don't comply with the standards, we wouldn't be able to approve the proposal. So they'd need to go back to the drawing board, and if they couldn't make it work and maybe it didn't pencil to redo that whole area with traffic improvements, they may consider coming back and doing a different zone or not moving forward with the project.
Thank you.
Piggyback onto that.
All right, so let's jump to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
In my mind, what I'm thinking is Road 68, nobody anticipated the high traffic volume on 68. That's why I think it's so important that we look at things from as that is an example when developing Road 100. Now, I'm not by any means saying I have the answer, but Burns Road is already busy. So I would think that we would look at the traffic study before we start changing zoning. I could be wrong, but that's just my personal opinion.
Ms. Mattson, do you want me to chime in on that a little bit?
Yeah, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so we're kind of talking about two different things. So when there was the Broadmoor Master Plan, that was, and again, I'm going to get out of my school here, but that was a non-project EIS, an environmental impact statement. And so as part of that, a requirement was to have a traffic component that had to be analyzed. So you don't know, without knowing what's going to go in that area, you have to basically kind of pick it down the middle. That's what the traffic analysis has to go through. And then it's able to then go through their other steps for the complete the SEPA EIS process. So it's just that's why it's called a master plan, because it's very general in nature. And I think what Ms. Mattson is saying is that any time, while that is great for folks that want to come in and not have to, and then be able to rely on that already non-project EIS that's been done under SEPA, that's great. But when they don't meet that requirement, they're going to have to then go through a separate SEPA process, which could also entail a traffic impact analysis, and that could come up with a completely different result. So while it was a necessary component of the Broadmoor Master Plan requirements to already have the SEPA EIS in place so that folks wouldn't have to come in and piecemeal it, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only traffic analysis that's ever going to have to be done for any project that goes on in that area.
Answer your question.
Sure.
Okay. Let's move back to Councilman Cotton.
So isn't there an estimate of the amount of people that are going to be living in this area since it's moving to R4? Wouldn't there be a general framework that we would consider and apply that to the traffic study? I mean, I know maybe there might be a few less townhouses or whatever's going to be there, condos, but it would be more than what would be an R3. So wouldn't that come into play when you're considering the study? I mean, isn't there a range where we kind of know if we need to do the traffic study or not?
Yes, so when the project moves forward and develops, we would look at the traffic study for that. The assumption for density for this project can go up to 29 units per acre, and that multiplied by the site is 539 units, but then you want to probably deduct 75% of the site, and then you assume, so that would be 400 units, and then in each unit there's an average of, I think it's gone down since I've last checked the statistics, but around 2.3, between 2 and 2.5 folks per unit. That's just my anecdotal answer at this point. So you'd have 1,000 folks living there, and back to the...
That's the high end?
Yeah, that would be the average, I would say.
Okay.
Just based on it. And for 400 units, that typically generates 1 p.m. peak hour trip between 4 and 6 p.m., which is what our traffic impact fees are based on.
Would you mind telling me the density range? I apologize for not knowing it.
The density range, I just provided the max. So the max would be 400. I doubt they could actually get that many units on there. It just really depends if there's multifamily
How few
units.
can be on the property?
I'm sorry?
How few can be on the property?
20. I believe the density range is 20 to 29 units. 6 to 29. So if it's, got it. So 6, so the lower end of the range would be 100 units. So 100 to 400 units.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so I'm not seeing any other questions. So now we're gonna conduct a closed public hearing. So, and anybody in the audience, I assume you're all not against the Mariners and Seahawks, so you're here for this, so. So who would like to be first?
I'm online here for this as well.
Okay,
Just to
well, let's go with
clarify,
the online person first.
Mayor, just to clarify, every person needs to attest that they did speak at the open record hearing prior to speaking tonight.
Okay, did you hear that? Did you speak at with the
Yes,
hearing examiner
I did.
at his meeting?
Nathan Grimm, I spoke at previous hearing examiner meetings.
All right, well, please proceed.
So my concern was about Burns Road. I've written into Councilman Milne about the master plan and the transportation master plan and the comprehensive plan and the level of service on Burns Road. Burns Road just cannot handle it, and more traffic. It has not been able to handle more traffic. The county proceeded to add projects. Thus, I live in. We're going to continue to build. I understand that, but we have to do something about Burns Road. We can't just say, oh, we can't. The hearing examiner found the arguments that we made about traffic unmoving due to the issue had existed previously. Well, the issue exists, so when do we fix it? The answer is not to say every project just gets a pass and we never have to fix it. That is lunacy. And we know in Pasco, based on our previous experiences, that we've gotten traffic stuff wrong. And I have a grave concern, and I've expressed this to the hearing examiner, that once we zone this, the ship has sailed on our opportunity to do it correctly. The transportation master plan says Burns Road's supposed to be a primary arterial, which gives it four lanes of travel, 2 lanes in each direction. With the current right-of-way that exists, that is not possible. The current right-of-way and in the current places that Burns Road is developed, it's a single lane of travel in each direction with a turn lane. And to make that whole Broadmoor area medium density to high density, and you're relying on Burns and a future Sandifer, which isn't even designated in the transportation plan as a primary arterial, just an arterial, which means it's 2 lanes of travel and a turn. That is not enough. Traffic, east-west, in and out of that entire area from now into the future. So that's my concern. That's a summary of my concern. I know the hearing examiner said it's a pre-existing condition, but at some point we have to fix things that are not right. And just continuing to say because it didn't get fixed before, we're not going to fix it now. I ask staff to explain that logic. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, and just clarification, I was advised by staff to not read any emails, to only stick with what was in my packet, and So again, just clarifying, I did not have any ex parte communication. I didn't read any emails. I stuck with just what the hearing examiner, or else I would have been recused from this meeting if I was getting outside advice. So just making that comment that unfortunately in these cases, I can't be involved and just go off what is presented. So I think that's the only online was Nathan Grimm. All right. So those are members of the audience that would like to make a comment or say something.
My name is Piper Barton, and I was at the hearing before. And
Okay.
I talked. So my main point was neighborhood compatibility is what I spoke about. And from a real estate point of view, because I've been a broker here in the Tri-Cities for about 40 years. So my concern, and I live in here too. I'm a resident here at Solstice. And I've sold a couple of homes in there, a couple of them back up to Road 122. And I had actually called into the city and asked for my clients, on my client's behalf, what that was zoned for. And at the time, I was told it wasn't incorporated. It was soon going to be annexed. Not soon, but it would be. And told that it was medium density. So a couple of people bought who are right on Road 122. So my main concern is if housing of lower value goes in there, that it will bring values down that are right next to, like right next to here. So just hoping there wouldn't be apartments. I know the application was for single-family detached, so that's where I was coming from a real estate point of view, was keeping the neighborhood comprehensive and not having anything go in that would take our values down.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
And comments. Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to speak on this issue?
Mayor, just a reminder to have people test or attest at the beginning that they did actually speak at the open record hearing.
Okay. I assume
Thank you.
Give your name and answer that question as well.
All right, I'm Robin Dillsworth. I do attest that I spoke at both hearings. And small notes. I had a half a sheet last time, so I'm going to keep it to a summary. I'll tell you what I talked about the first time, primarily, and the second time I was just reiterating that I still stand behind that, plus what was said that night. A lot of other things were very good. So my first question that night was, why change the designation to high density 4 when 3 would accomplish what he says he's building? And that's still a huge worry to me, because density 3 should accomplish what he wants for single family homes that are standing and not in an apartment. So I really believe that we're opening it up wide open for an apartment. And I'm one of the ones that backs right up. My backyard views that lot. And our back, the way Polish makes their houses is the back of each house is almost all windows. And so you put an apartment back there and they're all going to be looking right into your home. And no privacy. Right now there are all those trees, and they're beautiful. I love the trees, and I'm afraid the trees are going to go. But if the trees could stay, that would be a huge help too, because that would render some privacy. But I was one of the homes that Piper sold, and she told me that it would be medium density, because I was, it's farm right now, but it's not going to stay that way. And so I thought, okay, that's good. It'll be good. And so this was not at all what we were foreseeing and what she had been told and what was told to me. We just bought there last July, a year and 3 months ago. And so my other concern that I wrote down here was crime. I left Road 40 because crime was encroaching on our area down by the river. And my son is a police officer, so I asked him, where is a really safe place to move to? And because I wanted to stay in Pasco, love Pasco. And he did too. So he said, you know what, Burns Road. And he told me about that Solstice down through there. So it was the first place I looked, and we bought right there. We loved it. And he said, very low crime. And then those 3 apartment complexes have come in that short time that I've lived there. And he says, well, crime's gone up. Theft is happening all the time. So that's a real concern. And then another thing, the fourth thing I wanted to talk about was, so it was the high density, why go with 4 when you have 3? High rise, you lose your privacy, crime. The fourth thing would be, I'm a CPA. And so I know that you all are looking for income to your city. I am too. I would love to see it thrive. And yet, whenever these homes go in, whatever the builder puts in there, they're going to make revenue for the city, and they're going to put their homes someplace. They're definitely going to build. A builder builds. They're going to find a place to build. So you're still going to get that revenue. But what is a concern is if these homes that are in that vicinity end up losing value, especially, ours are like 500 to 750, but across the street from us go upwards over $1 million. If they lose value, you lose revenue. So I just wanted you to think about that.
Thank you for that. I think I saw somebody else that was getting ready to talk.
Hi, City Council. My name is Cody Fielding. I am the applicant.
Okay.
And I did speak or testify in the first 2 public hearings. So, I just reiterate maybe what I mentioned in those meetings. The land use has been public for since the 2018 comprehensive plan, and Haley mentioned that as well. And so, from our perspective, this land use has been out there for some time. The land use does allow, I should say, the land use requires either R2, R3, or R4. And my next sentence is very important. Any of those zonings require 6 to 29 units per acre. Any of them. R2 can go up to 29 units per acre. R3 can go up to 29 units per acre. R4 can go up to 29 units per acre. Any of those zonings can also be down to 6 units per acre, but they have to fit somewhere in between. So I sympathize with the idea that the R4 high density, I'm using air quotes, because they're all the same density, R2 through R4 in this instance, because it's the Broadmoor Overlay District. And so I would like the City Council to consider that in this. The reason we chose R4 is because it allows the greatest level of flexibility for creating single-family lots, single-family residential homes for I would say, the average citizen of Pasco to be able to afford to live in Pasco. And this area has been designated for that express purpose. And so we're honored and we're excited to be part of that, to bring that housing to the Tri-Cities, or to Pasco specifically. And so I hope that makes sense. Good. I think that's pretty much the summary that I wanted to share. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask you
a follow-up question?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. If I could, Mayor. Thank you. You just said we want R4 because it allows flexibility for single-family homes. So we're not talking about townhomes, condos.
Technically, condos and townhomes are single-family homes. Technically,
Okay.
What we're not referring to is, call it 3 or 4 story apartments, where one doesn't own their unit, or rather they rent a unit, and those units are typically, in a 3 or 4 story building in typically 3-story in the Tri-Cities, which is what we see on Burns today. So in our instance, it would be builders that would be building 1 or 2 story homes. Detached or possibly attached, depends on the builders. To be just totally honest with you, there's likelihood for townhomes, if those builders desire townhomes, because that's what the public wants. It's a little bit lower price point that makes it more affordable for a lot of people. Typically, a townhome is $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 less than a detached single-family home, and therefore sometimes builders prefer to build that because it gets more people into houses.
And how much is a townhome going these days?
$360 to $420.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to answer any other questions that the council might have.
Basically, you're saying, I mean, you're telling us that these are going to be townhouses, they're not going to be four-story apartments?
Right now, correct. So to clarify, right now, the builders that are interested, we're not the builders, we're developing for builders that want to come in and build. They are interested in single-family, attached and detached. What that means is single-family sort of standalone that you would see kind of in a traditional neighborhood where it's one unit per building. They're also interested in potentially townhomes, which are sort of like glued together type homes, but they're still single-family homes in the sense that they're on their own parcel. And so a homeowner can go and buy that specific townhome unit that happens to share a wall with somebody. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go with our Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This might be a question for staff. I don't know who's the best to answer this, but what makes an R4 more flexible?
So the R4 allows single-family lots. It allows flexibility in how you can configure them. And it's escaping me all of the details. I think you can go down to 20-foot widths for a townhome as opposed to, call it 40 or 50 or something like that. Yeah, that's true. So the square footage. So to get to 6 to 29 units per acre requires a little bit of creativity, let's call it, for lot sizing to achieve single-family residential, which is what we're trying to do. It's really easy to get there on 3-story apartments. I mean, that's super easy. But to do single-family residential, which is what our plan is, you can go down to, I want to say it's 2,000 square feet for R4 per lot. That would be like a townhome lot. Whereas R3 and R2 are bigger than that. Off the top of my head, it's escaping me exactly those numbers, maybe 4,000 and 5,000, something like that. But that's pretty much it. So again, we're going to be less than half of the 29, like we just are. Because that's the only way to get there. It's impossible to get up to 29 units per acre doing single-family residential. And even 3-story apartments, they're hovering in the 18 to 22 units per acre. Maybe 24, 25 if they're smaller units. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does. I may ask some follow-up questions of staff during discussion time, but yes, thank you. That starts me down that path. Thank you.
Very good. Anybody else?
I know member, I mean, I guess kind of like maybe a little off topic, but they talked about like a tree line or trees. Is there going to be any way, like say if you're building these townhouses where there's like trees, because I mean, say if you have 3 townhouses and you have another guy that has a yard, there could be maybe 3 to 4 townhouses in that one guy's backyard, you know, as far as if you stack them in that small of lots, is there any plans to separate the housing development that's the low residential development from the one that you're proposing? I mean, what would be like a tree line or something like where you don't have people looking down into your yard? Is that for consideration on this, or?
At this point, to be honest, we have not considered that. Yeah. So our viewpoint is you kind of have, 2-acre lots. I'm going to disappear from the microphone.
Okay.
2+ acre lots over here, turn into 1-acre lots, turn into half-acre lots, turn into quarter-acre lots, and then there'd be smaller lots here. And so there's already sort of a natural progression, and my understanding is that there is no requirement for any sort of transition other than the actual transition of the homes themselves. And so, that's kind of our stance. At some point there should be a transition, which is why we're proposing something that we are proposing as opposed to 3 or 4-story apartments. Yeah.
So obviously townhouse is better than apartments, I can guarantee you that, but, all right, let's go back to Councilman Connor.
According to the constraints that we are under, according to Growth Management Act, according to the comprehensive plan, what has to go here anyway? You know, like what are, you know, or is there a possibility of going to less density here and still being compliant?
It has to be between 6 to 29 units an acre. Yeah.
And you're just saying you're already at the lower end of that.
Yeah, we're going to be somewhere between 8 to 12 units per acre. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate, we feel like that's a reasonable transition as opposed to going, 25, 26, 29 units per acre right there. Yeah.
All right. I'm not seeing any other council lights on, so I do appreciate. Does Councilwoman Rojas have any questions or?
I do not.
Okay, I guess she's good.
And I would say the previous zoning, I think it was 2 weeks ago with SG Land Management, that was approved. This is effectively the same ask. Just happens to be R4, but they're still within the 6 to 29 units per acre. And that was passed by City Council. So
Point of order, Mayor. This is a closed record public hearing where we're supposed to be taking in comments from individuals, including the applicant, and back and forth conversations and Attorney Ferguson can weigh in too, but I just want to point out if we keep doing a conversation, we might need to jump in and wait for those technical questions to happen after the closed record hearing is closed.
Okay, well, I think we're good. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Libert. I testified at one of the hearings and one of the applicants as well. The traffic has been brought up several times, and just reiterate that this is not a project-based hearing. This is a zoning determination, and as Mrs. Matson clarified, that any traffic mitigations that would be required would come about when the project comes to City Council. We'll have a preliminary plat application, and so any needs to address traffic would come through the application after we've applied for that application, and if we need to have a traffic study and what the implications would be to that. But this is just for zoning, and I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any other member from the audience that? Going twice, going 3 times. All right, so we are gonna close close the record hearing.
I'm sorry, Councilman Milne.
Yes.
I just wanted to see if there's any questions for any of the other testimony.
We had a pretty comprehensive report, and you already had your 3 minutes, so I think unfortunately we're gonna have to move on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so anybody have any other questions before we get a motion? I'm not seeing any.
I would like to.
So if we get a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. What's that?
Can we comment first?
I guess we're gonna need a comment then first.
Sorry, thank you. I was just hoping, just for the sake of just understanding, maybe just clarification for the public, more about, if I can lean into the R4 zoning just a little bit more, and why that is flexible and like attractive to the applicants here.
Certainly, and the applicant did cover most of what I will say. The R1, R2, R3, and R4 zoning does allow for apartments to be built. There's a difference in, and they all have the same density range. The difference between the R4 is that you're allowed to do a lot size down to 2,000 square feet. Not if the applicant did, and I'd like to clarify what I said. I'm sorry, R1 is not included in that category. So I'm going to restate my message here. R2, R3, and R4 have the same density range, 6 to 29 units, and then each of those zones do allow the same, different uses listed in there, including apartments. The key difference here is the lot size minimum. So in the R4, you can go down to 2,000 square feet. If you did every lot 2,000 square feet, you would exceed the density. So that's not really what it means. It just means you can have super tiny lots in some areas, medium-sized lots or larger lots, just more flexibility in lot size and some dimensional requirements, I believe, related to height and setbacks. That offers more flexibility so that you can maybe do more compact development in some areas and then less compact in others, but it does not result in a different overall density.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Of course.
I guess, just one of the, thinking about this from a couple different angles is, obviously one of the things that we heard last time was just the lack of a buffer. That is what we heard 2 weeks ago when we designated that to R3 that people had some concerns about. And one of the things that really stood out to me was how many people spoke against it last time, but yet this time it's exponentially even more. But however, I think what I'm kind of hearing from the residents is they're looking at the 3-story apartments up the road there and not wanting that, or just maybe especially what we have on the corner of Argent and 68th there, and suddenly just all of this, kind of appears. So, I'm going to probably struggle with this as much as Ms. Mattson, but I'm just wondering if, based on the testimony of the applicants, if a concomitant agreement might be better, if I pronounce that correctly, just might give some comfort to the residents of, the zoning that they're planning on, or the units they're planning on building per acre could match up to that, to give some of the citizens there the peace of mind that they're not going to end up with what they feel is a monstrosity right in their backyard.
You're saying that if it moves to zone or high density 4, you'd like to see it with like wording that as far as townhouses, is that what you're trying to?
Yes, sir. Yes, give them the flexibility that they're looking for with the R4 zoning that can, get them the flexibility they're looking at within their square footage and working with their lots. But perhaps, the designation keeping it to townhomes and others that will prevent, a massive apartment complex from going in next. I'm just trying to find a middle road here is really what I'm trying to find, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mattson, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, Mayor, and I am going to just refer to it as an agreement. I really struggle saying that word for some reason, but the agreement that Councilmember Grimm mentioned, that is within council's authority, and Attorney Ferguson, jump in at any time if I'm giving inaccurate information, but I believe council does have the option to formulate an agreement with the applicant that could require a landscape buffer and a commitment to not constructing apartments, since that is within the current applicant's plan. The downside to that, if I were the applicant or someone who owns the property, is that if the property does sell to a third party, let's say the applicant doesn't move forward, then the next person would be tied to this arrangement, so it would limit it. And I believe the public did bring that up as a concern during the hearing. Well, they say they're doing single family, but what if they turn around and sell it or change their minds, et cetera, et cetera. That is possible. So approved as is, the applicant could change their mind tomorrow and do apartments, or they could sell the property and someone else could build apartments. So if council does want to go that direction, and I haven't, discussed this with the applicant in advance, the council could set it up to where there's an agreement with this applicant to limit the development to a specific type of development. From a land use standpoint, I usually don't recommend this as the first option, just so we can respect our long range plans and all the time and effort that went into the EIS and the overall plan for Pasco, knowing that we do need to densify, and apartments are not looked at highly by most communities or existing residents. And I understand that. I'm not, I do empathize with that. However, to meet our numbers, the apartments do eventually need to go somewhere, and we need to start somewhere, and Broadmoor has been identified as a high compact transportation area. But back to the original question, that's certainly within your authority, and Attorney Ferguson can jump in if anything I just stated was inaccurate.
No, that sounds pretty accurate. Concomitant agreements are, just to be clear, that is an exception. So that would be something. So this is because you're doing a zoning determination. You essentially have 3 options. You can approve the hearing examiner recommendation as recommended, adopting his findings and moving forward that way. or you can go the other routes, which is to enter a compound agreement or which would include modifications, and then you can also potentially completely deny the zoning, although that's not going to be a real viable option because this is recently annexed property and it does need to get zoned something, but doesn't necessarily mean it has to get zoned what was applied for. So there's some nuances because this is not a typical rezone, which is where typically compound agreement are in effect. This is an actual zoning determination from an annexation. So I don't know to what degree that would be the most viable option with this, since it's actually new zoning. That most of all that language in our code is under rezones, not zoning determinations from annexation. So I don't think that is necessarily means that it's not an option. I just don't know what exactly those procedural steps would be. I do know this, that any option you choose other than to move forward with the determination or the findings of the hearing examiner and the recommendation won't be able to be done tonight, because the council will need to make its own findings, either by determining that it needs to be modified and then enforced through a concomitant agreement, or through denying it. So the option tonight is to move forward with the hearing examiner recommendation and approve the ordinance, which does that, adopts his findings and then his recommendation, or do your best to come to a conclusion on what the majority of council wants to have staff work on and draft to bring back to you for findings, which are obviously able to be amended, but we can't do that on the spot right tonight, not knowing whether it's going to be what the council's decision would be.
All right.
Attorney Ferguson, I'm not sure what the answer is to this question. The applicant has asked if they're allowed to state their position on this matter.
No, not at this time. This is a closed record hearing based on the recommendation from the hearing examiner. So the hearing examiner has, sorry, let me pull up here just 1 second. I lost you here. Okay. So the hearing examiner recommended, if I'm stating this correct, Ms. Madsen, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but the hearing examiner recommended approval with no conditions and not entering into a concomitant agreement.
That is correct.
Okay, got it. Okay. So I think so yes, if that is the recommendation of the hearing examiner, then I think that the applicant could speak on that matter.
Okay, so the applicant's permitted to go up and speak on this matter at this time?
Only if that was an issue that he addressed at the previous open record hearing.
So would I need to open up because I did close
No.
the record hearing, would I need to open that back up?
No, since this is a closed record hearing, and I appreciate you going through the machinations for that, but this entire hearing is a closed record hearing, and that's why the applicant or the folks, when they come up to speak, are only allowed to restate the claims, or excuse me, the statements that they made at the open record hearing. So it's from a technical standpoint, it doesn't have to be open and closed that specifically, but at this time, I don't think that the applicant addressed that at the hearing examiner level. So I wouldn't recommend him being allowed to address that at this time. We can certainly, staff and I can certainly work with the applicant separate and apart from this hearing. But at this time, I don't think that's advisable.
Yep, I concur with Attorney Ferguson's recommendation on not allowing the applicant to speak right now, because it was not brought up specifically at the original hearing, and we haven't permitted anyone else to bring additional information. So the applicant, that applies to the applicant as well.
Okay. All right. Let's Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. I guess just, to empty the thoughts, I guess some of the thoughts that I'm working through as we think about this, beyond what we've even mentioned already, is I think it's important for the public to know, as I get reminded frequently, that I believe we are only one of 4 states in the whole union that has a Growth Management Act. And what that means is the state basically dictates how we are to build and the density and all that. And those requirements, like I think Ms. Mattson was trying to get to, is that density has to go somewhere. And, no one kind of wants it in their backyard, and that's what makes this really difficult. And my heart goes out, definitely the people that, no one wants to see their quality of life or their property value go down. But at the same time, to attract businesses out to the Broadmoor area, they're going to want to see more dense housing out there too. And so I think that's another side of this, we do need to consider at the same time. So, there are, I know the onion illustration gets way overused, but I think there are a lot of layers to this that are worthy of consideration.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Well then, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
I move to adopt ordinance number 4796, assigning R4 High Density Residential District to the Desert Bloom LLC portion of the annexation area as recommended by the hearing examiner, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Let's do a roll call on this.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
All right. Well, thank you for that. All right, let's move on to the other quasi-judicial one. Item C, ordinance number 4797, Department of Natural Resources rezone from RT to R3 and RT to C1. And let's also start off with Mr. Ferguson before we move it over to Director Mattson.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is, again, another quasi-judicial matter where proceeding is to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's a proceeding in which council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties in a hearing or proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies and must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. Council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, whether there has been any ex parte contact, and finally, any other conflict a council member believes that would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. Any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in the proceedings? Hearing none, please proceed.
All right, if we get Director Haley Mattson.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to pass this off to our Planner 3, Ivan Barragon, and he will be presenting this matter. And this is not a closed record hearing. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. So Ivan will take it from here. And Ivan, when you're changing slides, you can use the arrow on the keyboard. And if it doesn't work, oh, it does work. Okay, turning it over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be here. As Ailey mentioned, my name is Ivan Barragon, Planner 3. Tonight, I will be presenting the rezone proposal submitted by Habitat for Humanity on behalf of the Washington State Department of Natural Resources. The request seeks to change the zoning from RT, residential transition, to R3, medium density residential, and from RT to C1, retail business district. I will be covering the Pasco Municipal Code, the comprehensive plan map, and the proposed city zoning map. A rezone petition must clearly justify the proposed zoning change, address potential impacts on nearby properties and the comprehensive plan, and include any additional information requested by the hearing examiner. Following the public hearing, the examiner evaluates whether the proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan, provides community benefits, avoids negative impacts, requires any conditions or agreements with the city, A public hearing was held on September 10, 2025, and the hearing examiner issued a recommendation for approval on September 25, 2025. City Council consideration. Council may choose to approve the reclassification with or without modifications, enter into a concomitant agreement with the petitioner, or deny the reclassification. No appeals were received on this proposed rezone. The proposal is located south of Burden Boulevard, west of Road 68, and north of Interstate 182, partially within the area planned for future Road 76 overpass. The existing RT zoning functions as a transitional designation and does not align with the comprehensive plan. Under the comprehensive plan, parcel number 117530015, the western parcel, this large portion, is designated for medium density residential use, which sets a density of 6 to 20 dwelling units per acre. This is outside of the Broadmoor overlay district, so that's why it's 20. A portion of parcel number 117500118, that's this sliver here, is designated for commercial use. And this center line is the anticipated Road 76 overpass. If Ordinance 4797 is passed, the zoning map will be updated to reflect this change as shown. As noted in the agenda report, we are ahead of schedule on this rezone application, and we anticipate this will serve as the pattern for future projects reviewed by CED. Based on City Council considerations previously discussed, both staff and the hearing examiner recommend approval of the reclassification without modifications. Thank you for your valued time. I'm open to any questions or concerns you may have.
All right. Does anybody on the dais have any questions?
No questions, just a comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
No, just looking forward to this. You know, I was at the site when the Director of Public Lands for the state of Washington, Hillary Franz, came out and met with some other leaders in the community and talked about this project. Councilman Harpster also let me sit in on a Habitat for Humanity luncheon he was at, where they kind of unveiled the project officially, and so it's going to be the largest, their largest build in the entire continent of North America is going to be right here in Pasco. And I know one of the goals of this council was to find a way for more affordable housing. So, you know, really looking forward to this. And, you know, I love that red line there that also represent the Road 76 overpass. So I eagerly support this, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Sounds good. Anybody else? I'm not seeing any lights. All right. Well, I guess you're off the hook there. So thank you. Can I get a motion?
You can, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4797, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located south of Burden Boulevard, west of Road 68, north of Interstate 182, in part within the area between the planned Road 76 overpass in Pasco, Franklin County, Washington, from residential transition RT to R3 medium density residential and RT to C1 retail business, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
All right. So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right. Did we hear from Councilwoman Bras? Be able to vote? I don't know if we lost her.
Did you get that? Nope, I'm here. Did you get that?
So what was your vote? Yay or nay?
Yay.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. That moves us on to item D, ordinance number 4798, approving Fat Beam franchise agreement. And this is going to be by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item pertains to the renewal of a franchise for Fat Beam. They are a fiber optic provider within the city of Pasco. They currently serve the school district. They do not serve any residential areas. And this franchise will allow for them to construct, install, operate, maintain, repair, remove, do all the things that they need to do with their underground fiber optics within the city's right of way. There was a public hearing held. Of course, I have the slides from our public hearing. I think you've seen all this information, so I don't want to delay this meeting unnecessarily. But I will go through. This is the area that they're serving on their installations, and those items in dark blue are the schools, which is what they're serving currently. This franchise is a 10-year agreement for them to, again, operate their infrastructure within the right-of-way. It is non-exclusive, meaning that there's others, other utility providers that may have a franchise within the same area, and all that is coordinated. These are underground infrastructure. And the public hearing took place on October 6th. There were no comments. And there were a handful of questions which have been answered now through this packet. They do not serve residential customers in Pasco, and they are not a disadvantaged enterprise. And with that, tonight's request is for action on this item, approving the renewal of the franchise for FATB. Thank you.
All right, do we have any comments or questions for Director Maria Serra? All right, so if I could motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4798, approving a non-exclusive franchise to construct, install, operate, maintain, repair, or remove fiber optic cables within the public ways of the city of Pasco, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, all those opposed say nay, so that passes unanimously. All right, so that moves on to E, ordinance number 4799, water and sewer revenue refunding bond ordinance. And this can be interim Director Garcia.
I'm going to be covering for Director Garcia. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
And evening, Council. The action in front of you is refinancing approximately $10.5 million of outstanding bonds. There's about 12 years left to the debt service. And traditionally in municipal government, if we have outstanding debt and there's favorable conditions where we can reduce the interest rates or other conditions, then we refinance it. It depends on what the interest rate is at the time. There's also cost to refinancing, so we consider all of those factors as any homeowner, let's say, would when they're looking to refinance their mortgage. The proposed, as we're going into this, we request counsel on their agreement on the matter, but there's also parameters within which staff can move forward in. And in this particular case, the parameters would be not to exceed $11 million in refinance debt principal, not to exceed 5.5% in interest rates, and a payment structure of semi-annual payments, and only move forward if the net savings is 3% of the debt service. So net savings would be just the total savings over the next 12 years minus the cost of issuing the debt. If it's not less than 3% of the debt service, then staff would not move forward. So at this time, staff is looking for your approval on the action in front of you. You do have a choice to vote this down, at which point staff would just not be refinancing the debt service that currently exists.
All right, is there any questions on this, or? All right, well, it looks like let's get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4799 relating to the waterworks utility of the city, providing for the issuance, sale, and delivery of not to exceed $11 million aggregate principal amount of water and sewer refunding revenue bonds to provide funds to A, refund and redeem outstanding water and sewer revenue bonds of the city, and B, pay the costs of the issuance and sale of the bonds and the administrative costs of the refunding, fixing, or setting parameters within respect of certain terms and covenants of the bonds, appointing the city's designated representative to approve the final terms of the sale of the bonds, and providing for related matters, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, the first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, all those opposed say nay. Looks like that one passes unanimously as well. Let's move on to item F, resolution number 4666. Interagency agreement with Washington Traffic Safety Commission grant funding, the 2025-2026. And, well, you don't look like Chief of Police Ken Roski.
No, sir, I'm filling in for him.
All right, well, thank you for doing that. He's probably watching the Seahawks game, so.
Oh, good thing I'm a Baltimore fan. So, Lieutenant Matthew Decker, I'm the lieutenant for patrol, one of them for Pasco Police Department. I'm here in front of you again, make another request, so I'm going to give my usual dissertation to tell you what the Washington Traffic Safety Commission does, and then I want to just compliment the good work that the Pasco police officers have been doing, which is why I'm asking for your support again. The Pasco Police Department actively participates and cooperates with the Washington State Traffic Safety Commission meetings and enforcement programs. During these meetings, the PD obtains crucial operational data regarding current vehicular collisions and the enforcement programs designed to address this issue. These state-funded initiatives provide financial support to local law enforcement agencies for conducting specialized traffic details focused on DUI, distracted driving, seatbelt compliance, speed regulations, and public education. Notably, the state program spearheads the Target Zero campaign with a primary emphasis on educating high school students about the perils of impaired and distracted driving. The state-funded program has enabled Pasco police officers to tackle specific traffic concerns within the city while being financially supported by the state. To continue to participate in this enforcement that is reimbursed by the state, a letter of understanding or interagency agreement must be signed and submitted to the commission. This year, we saw the Washington Traffic Safety Commission was reduced our funding by about 20% statewide, but Pasco was actually able to get about $2,500 more in funding to do what we usually do. What we do best is go out there and enforce laws and make the roads safe. And I think that's in part, and I want to pat the men and women that have helped out this year with the dedicated DUI patrols, that we were picked out from the state. Out of everybody, I think only 5 departments in the entire state got this program for a grant for $43,000 that you guys also approved that interagency agreement for. During that, 379 total grant hours were used for that. 265 were in active DUI patrols, guys out there hunting for people on the roadways that were driving drunk. 114 of those hours were doing mentorship, meaning they were training new officers, those that aren't as good at that craft as others. They received $5,000 in new equipment to go help patrol. Officers made around 658 total contacts while they were out. That included stops for infractions, but most of the time just being visible and stopping vehicles that they believed to be drunk driving or speeding. They made 18 DUI arrests plus 32 other criminal arrests. That is just for the patrol that was out there working. That doesn't include the other officers who were out there doing these other patrols, which Pasco right now saw an increase in 32% in drunk driving arrests just this year. We're at about 150 arrests for DUIs. That is a 5-year high for the city of Pasco, and we haven't finished the fourth quarter yet, just began it. DUI-related crashes, because of this enforcement and the actions of those police officers in this program and others like it, have decreased DUI collisions 36% since this program started. Unfortunately, that's not happening anymore. This program only ran from May to September, but this Target Zero program we're talking about does the same enforcement action. That's why we got about $2,500 more than what we did last year to handle this. So I just wanted to tell you guys that, to let you know that the men and women who you guys support and help me get things done in the city did a heck of a job this year. I'm very proud of them.
Appreciate that, Lieutenant Decker. Thanks for the good report. So anybody on the dais have a comment or question? Mr. Decker? All right. So if I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4666, authorizing the city manager to execute the interagency agreement with the Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Pasco Police Department for grant funding to support high visibility enforcement activities during federal fiscal year 2025 to 2026.
Second.
All All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye, all right, we heard that one. All those opposed say nay. So again, passed unanimously. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's move on to G, which is resolution number 4667, hearing examiner professional service agreement. And we'll get, it says you got Regis Adele, and then it also says city attorney as well, so.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Attorney Ferguson will be helping me as needed or correcting me as I'm getting things wrong. The agenda
All right, well, it looks like no music, so I will start this meeting. All right, good evening. It's November 24th, 2025, and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At workshop meetings, the council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings are available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking on the Pasco app. So with that, if we could get the roll call.
Thank you. Council members Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
President.
Cotta,
Here.
Morales,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm,
Here.
and Mayor Milne.
I am here.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Glad that everybody's here. So if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so with that, we are going to roll on to number 4, which is verbal reports from council members. Did anybody do anything this past week that they'd like to talk about? Let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Friday, I at least virtually attended the Ben Franklin Council of Governments meeting where we talked about the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan, the 2026 Regional Transportation Plan, and just some general updates and others. And then also on your behalf, I went to the ProMade Homes ribbon cutting, and wow, what a great turnout. Yeah, Councilmember Perales was there, and just a great turnout of just people from all different, walks of the community. And of course, many were, invested in the project and everything like that, but just good to, see them all come together like that. And then also on your behalf, on Friday, I was at the new Summers Hub ribbon cutting there in Pasco, and I think about just going to T-Mobile Park a couple months ago with my wife to a Mariners game, and just how part of the culture and atmosphere and everything there is all the food trucks and that kind of atmosphere, and I think it is just such a great match to have that there, and I just look forward to springtime when first pitch comes again, and of course everything comes to life again, and see how that will really interact with all that. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I do appreciate you covering for me on the ProMade Homes. I know we had a staff meeting looking at finance director, and that took about a little over 5 hours. So from 11 to 4, and so by the time you get out, it's 4:30. So it was a long day. But again, I appreciate your leadership in trying to step up and do that. I assume they also had like cookies they put your face on, something like that?
Yes, sir. They did have those, and yes, I chose one of my whole family.
All
and
right.
yeah, they apparently the family found one cookie edible, but there's still one in my coffee pot if you'd like, Mr. Mayor.
No, I think I'm good. All right, let's go to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, like Mayor Pro Tem Grimm said, I also attended the ProMade Homes Columbia Shore ribbon cutting. Also attended the Summers Hub ribbon cutting. So, Councilmember Blaisdell there. That was great. There was a lot of people showed up. That was a really great addition to West Pasco. So, looking forward to visiting that. Also caught the Tri-City Prep Jaguars football team game on Saturday. They're in the state semifinals. So that's kind of a big deal. If one more game, they'll be in the championship. So, and then also just left the Benton Franklin Health District Town Hall about unpermitted food vendors. It was a good town hall. We have very knowledgeable people there over there at the district for the health district. They went over all sorts of foodborne illnesses, kind of the history of it. Cases are up 119%. So this is just kind of really ramped up, they said, in the past 2 years. And so they're looking to partner with the cities, the counties, to kind of figure out how we're going to, get these guys, these entities into compliance. And to be honest, I'll be a little bit more quick, is essentially a lot of these ones that are popping up, they're not looking to get permitted. So they get shut down, they'll come back a day or two later to the same spot or a different spot. This is a very organized effort, and so they're looking to us to perhaps in updating our Pasco Municipal Code in this case, working with our law enforcement partners to really come together and either educate these individuals and entities or just shut them down. So it was definitely, I don't know, you can maybe go online, and they were recording it online, so maybe you guys can check it out later. But because I wanted to stay and listen to other people ask questions, but I ended up leaving. But no, it was really well attended. I didn't see anyone there that it wasn't the people were asking if the people who were getting ticketed were going to show up. Like, I highly doubt it. Why are they going to show up to learn? I don't. But maybe that was the case. We didn't really see anyone. I was glad to see Latin Business Association there. They took good notes, and I think we're going to see something here very soon. I know I got some thoughts percolating in my head, but definitely going to bring something together for the council to consider in 2026.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. That's where let's go to Councilwoman Bras.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, I did spend all day here at City Hall looking at the application for the finance director, and I did want to comment Councilman Kata. He also spent the whole day with me as well, and we do have regular jobs, so when you take off of work for 5 to 6 hours, it's quite dedication to the city. Obviously not getting paid, but like Councilman Kata did a great job, asked a lot of questions. He was actively engaged in trying to get the best finance director for the city of Pasco. So again, just want to give kudos where kudos were due. And then also this past week, I did do the state of the Tri-Cities, the 3 cities. I had a great speech prepared by city staff. I do appreciate Nicole and everybody else that worked on my speech, and I thought it went well. The video I thought was very good. And again, I want to say thank you for that. It's good when you have a full audience and tons of people and asking questions afterwards. So again, happy to represent the city of Pasco. Luckily, I didn't make any mistakes on the speech, or at least none that I'm aware of. So they went well. And again, I appreciate the council also coming out for my speech. So again, Barajas and Blaisdell were there as well. And so it was very active last week. But now let's go to Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. I was thinking you weren't going to mention that one, so I was going to jump on that. I also attended the State of the Cities. One thing that I did pick up from that was that it was an excellent video. I know when I did the presentation with Richa coordinating with me and helping me out, it was a slideshow. What was it, like 23 PowerPoint slides? It was a lot of information to capture because we're growing. But the video captured, the drone pictures that were showed just captured all of Pasco and the growth and the tremendous development that's going on. So I really appreciate that video. Not sure exactly who in the crowd. I'm pointing at people in general here, but that was an excellent addition to the presentation for State of the Cities. I did sit with a table of winners. I wanted to point them out. Lords and Trios, I blended that in. Lords and Trios Health, they had 2 people in their table winning the day's prizes. So thank you to them for letting me join their table. Also on the 20th, wearing 2 different hats, representing both the city, but also as a community leader, I was invited to be on the Women's Lead conference in Spanish, the first conference in Spanish held by Gonzaga University here in Pasco. So I was part of the panel, and I joined people like City of Spokane, Municipal Judge Gloria Ochoa Bruck. So great community leader. I was able to join them and, empower women, especially focus on women that speak mostly or only Spanish. So that was a great addition to my resume there, but also representing the city of Pasco. On the 21st, I also did join you, Charles Grimm and Leo. I was out there for the ribbon cutting, but I do want to commend the staff, especially Jacob, who's no longer here, Jacob Gonzalez. Back in 2023, we should correct me if I'm not wrong, was when we started the conversations in regards to changing and updating codes and policies to allow mobile vending, but the focus initially was in downtown So it gradually changed. The summer of 2024 is when there was a focus on addressing all of mobile vending. I'm glad it happened. So businesses like the Summers Hub, the owners of Summers Hub, are creating more opportunities for mobile vending, food trucks, and again, just the expansion and special focus on Road 68. So thank you to them, and shout out to the staff for the growth that we're bringing to City of Pasco. That's all I have to add.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. I do appreciate it. So, not seeing any of the other lights. So let's move on to item 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion up to 2 minutes per person, with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak up, or 4 minutes for each side. So if you want to talk on a subject, make sure it's that one that's presented. So 5A, I'm sorry, is Zone 3 Reservoir Storage Tank Dedication Plaque Presentation. And we're going to start off with Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I would like to present to you Michael Ullman with HLA Engineering. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you very much for having me here tonight. I'm not here to talk about Lewis Street Overpass for the first time in a while, being in front of you. But I am really excited to be here to present a plaque to you commemorating the successful Zone 3 Reservoir project. Back in 2022, the city completed detailed storage analysis that identified an urgent need for additional capacity in Zone 3. At that time, the city only had the Road 68 tanks serving Zone 3. And the study confirmed that existing storage was undersized for the growing community's needs. Without construction of a new 3.5 million gallon reservoir, the city faced an imminent storage shortfall that would not have met the operational, standby, and fire flow requirements for a rapidly growing service area. This 3.5 million gallon facility strengthens Pasco's water system by ensuring a reliable and resilient supply that supports current demand, but also the continued growth that is occurring in Northwest Pasco. It represents a major step forward for the city and a reflection of a long-term commitment to investing in this type of essential infrastructure. Former Public Works Director Steve Worley and current Public Works Director Maria Serra successfully pursued funding for this through the Washington State Public Works Board and secured a $10 million low-interest loan to make this project possible. Without that funding and the support from the Public Works Board, it's likely that this project would not have been something that could have been completed by the city. Water is one of our most vital resources because it supports the health, safety, and really the prosperity of the entire community. As Pasco continues to grow, the infrastructure has to grow with it. The reservoir helps accomplish that by improving the city's ability to store and distribute water for everyday use, fire protection, even future development. I also want to highlight that the Zone 3 reservoir was the city's first progressive design build project. Under this alternative delivery model, a single team is responsible for both the design and construction rather than having two separate contracts for that. Under leadership of council, city managers, this project brought together an exceptional team. I really want to recognize Brian Cartwright, the project manager for the city on this. He's currently in the role of Development Services Manager and located back there. His steady leadership and involvement were really instrumental in delivering a really complicated project on an aggressive time schedule on the budget that was set forth. This progressive design build approach allowed the city to complete the reservoir on a very accelerated time schedule while maintaining all of the quality and performance requirements to the highest degree. The project really represents years of work and commitment across many in the city and the various companies that supported it. The Public Works Department, including both engineering and operations, along with RH2 Engineering, T. Bailey, and other numerous project partners, all brought their talent and dedication to this effort. HLA, who I represent, provided owners representative services for this project in conjunction with WSP. Pasco's domestic water team provided extensive input throughout the entire project, and the city should be proud of the commitment and professionalism they bring to serve to this community. today, the tank's fully operational and already serving the people of Pasco, making sure that every time they turn on the faucet, water's there. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to present this plaque to you. You will notice that we had this done a couple months ago, and so there have been some changes here, but all council members during this project, one was commissioned back in June of 2025 are on here. So.
Here, let's Thank you for that. I appreciate the hard work of the council and staff and everybody involved in the project. I was hoping my little granddaughter would be able to see it, but I guess they had to leave. That was my daughter with her grandchild, so she came to see me, and again, unfortunately, she did have to leave. But I just wanted to say that we appreciate everybody that comes to the council meetings, that tries to get involved in the city, and I appreciate the hard work of, especially of staff, in making Pasco a better place. Anybody on the dais like to make a comment or have a question on the presentation? No? Anybody in the audience? Again, if you'd like to make a comment, Mr. Iman, I do know who you are. Again, I would just say, we always don't not want to rain on anybody's parade, but again, if you'd like me to say some words, please do.
Well, my name is Tim Iman, and I'm really pissed. Last Monday, everyone on this council, including the mayor, decided not to raise car tabs. And you said you weren't going to raise a single tax unless you put it on the ballot and let the voters decide. That's good for the citizens of Pasco. It's good for the people of the state of Washington. But I'm pissed because as an activist, you've given me nothing to work with here. I got nothing to criticize, nothing to bitch about. You guys did what the people wanted you to do. I drove 8 hours round trip because I wanted to compliment you for doing the right thing, a good thing, and something that I think a lot of people are really going to appreciate your willingness to do that. So as an activist, I'm pissed, because I'm always pissed, but in this particular situation, I was really happy to see that story from last week. I watched the council meeting, and it was very, very encouraging, and just want to say thank you for what you did. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks for the comment. Do we have anybody else that wants to talk about the Oh, let's stay with the plan. Yes, we want you to stay on topic. Again, usually if it's budget, please wait till C. But let's move on to B. Visit Tri-Cities 2025. Again, it's the annual report 2026 work plan and tourism promotion area reservoir fund request. And this is going to be, let's start off with City Manager Harold Stewart.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, annually we do try to have a presentation and an update with regards to the success we're having with regards to visitors to the Tri-Cities area. And so I'd like to introduce the Executive Director of Tri-Cities Tourism and turn the time over to him.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's good to be here with you. I'm Kevin Lewis, the President and CEO of Visit Tri-Cities, and we get in here at least once a year to kind of give you an update on what's going on, and that's based on contract agreements that we have with the city. One of those which we redid this year, and that in renewing that contract for the lodging tax, we simplified some of the duplication because we have a lodging tax contract and then a tourism performance area contract with the city. We simplified some of the duplication in reporting then just to streamline things. So this is a little bit of a combined presentation. But as I get going today, I wanted to recognize too, I've got my executive leadership team here, Gretchen Guerrero, Hector Cruz and Carissa Sayers, key people on my team, all of them from Pasco, coincidentally, which is great. And then Buck Taff, our chairman of our Visit Tri-Cities board this year, who you know very well, Buck, from the airport. So appreciate them coming to be part of this. As we said, we're funded really by two programs, and this is a little bit of a reminder. Lodging tax is a portion of it, and then tourism performance assessment. This report will go over specifically the tourism performance assessment information because we're, by contract, supposed to report on that each year. But we'll also talk about some of the other things that we have. And then the third source of income is through some of our partners and sponsorships and things like that. This is kind of the financial picture from the tourism performance assessments. Total revenues for the organization about 3.4 million, and we spent about 2.8 million this last year, and you can see the breakdown of where that was spent. 67% comes in, or sorry, where the revenues come from. 67% from the tourism performance area. Those are hotel assessments that come to us, and then 22% come from the lodging tax, and 10% come from sponsorships. As far as the spending goes, most of it on marketing, advertising, and sports convention sales, bringing people into the area. That's what we're here to do, is create that community vitality by bringing people in. And this is a kind of an overview, kind of just to look at what we're expecting. We're projecting to reach about 2.4 million in tourism performance assessment revenue next year in 2026. But as you look ahead, the forecast is a little bit dimmer than it has been in the past. We started the year really, really well. Went through about July with, we were above the trend of what's going on in the tourism economy. But that started to taper off in July and August, and so we're kind of pacing along with what the rest of the region is since about August, which is kind of flattened down. A lot of things going on that are, influencing that, kind of the political climate, government shutdowns, all of those kinds of things make things a little bit trickier with travel. And inflation certainly had a role to play in it as well. So projecting that 2.4 million, that's kind of a flat projection, just a little bit up from what we had in 2025. Tri-Cities is still strong, though, in the market. Realistically, we've got a pretty diverse market. When one thing's down, another one can be up, and that sort of balances us out. And relative to some of the other destinations in the state, we're doing quite well. Some of the things that are influencing that, the venue improvements are great. We talked about some of the things that are happening over at HAPO, the food hub, and all those kinds of things help that because it makes us more attractive to the groups that are coming in. And then the signature events that we're focusing on, bringing those in, make a big difference as well. So remain pretty strong. As we go forward, you've seen this. We've got 5 strategic pillars that we work off of, and that's what we report on. Those are the things we're focused on. Our sales team bringing in group business, our marketing team focused on the leisure market and the branding of the area. But we're also involved in the destination development and the community engagement, and we've got a great operations team. We're pretty innovative in the things that we do. All of that creates a pretty dynamic and creates vitality in the community. This is the overall picture of the economy. $630 million in visitor spending come in each year. That brings about $77 million in tax revenues. About 4.4 million visitor trips came to the area, and there's about 5,900 jobs in our region that are tourism hospitality jobs. And so from that, you get the direct spending, you get indirect impacts. You guys know the economics of this. That money moves its way around through the economy and supports other businesses. You get all the work that comes into the construction and the finance and all the other components that help build that economy. So it's a great thing to have as a community. In terms of Pasco specifically, Visit Tri-Cities facilitated 61 tourism events in Pasco in 2025. That brought in about a little more than 57,000 visitors and about almost 15 million in visitor spending. The note there, more than 55% of the sports tourism that comes into the region comes into Pasco. And coming in 2026, we booked the USA Cornhole Tournament at the Hapo Center. That's going to be fun. That'll be on ESPN Plus, so we get a little bit of exposure from that one too. So new event coming in, and there's some other things too there that we've booked, but I won't take a lot of time to go through all of that. But some major events, you guys are familiar with this. Just a week or so ago, we had the State Cross Country Championships, 1.2 million in visitor spending. Just a great event for our community. We have beautiful weather for that again, and that will help bring it back. It's been coming here for about 37 years, but the contract is up again. We're going up for renewal, so we're glad we got good weather this year. We can brag on that, and we have a great venue and everything else. Water Follies, we booked a new group, the International Order of Rainbow for Girls, that happened at the Hapo Center this year. That's a great event. That was a new event this year. The NWAC Championships for basketball and volleyball happened here, and the USSA softball brought in about 2,200 visitors. So some nice, significant events that are happening in Pasco. Of course, for the region, one of the big events is Ironman, brought in about 7.5 million in visitor spending. 2,000 athletes and 10,000 visitors this year, representing 43 states and 14 countries. They average about 3.4 nights, and 93% of those people, about 50% of them had never been here before, and 93% of those plan to return. So that's a good event. And the first year growth, I think we reported on this previously, but we saw about a 50% growth in revenue that weekend. When from the year that we didn't have the Ironman to the year that we had it, there was about a 50% growth in revenue for that weekend. Now that we've got that, we sort of maintain that. So this year was about even, maybe just a little bit down. We didn't have one of the other events that we had that weekend wasn't here. And we're starting to see some leakage from those visitors that are staying in short-term rentals, Airbnbs and things like that. They're not staying in the hotels. So some of the numbers were down just slightly, but in terms of the visitation and the overall numbers, they're up. So that's just a great event for the entire area. I like having Buck here with the airport. There's always good things going on there, and it's great to have him as the chairman of our board. You can see the numbers in 2025 up every month until September. It just dipped slightly in September. And again, that's some of those trends that we were talking about, some of the impacts of travel happening there. So hope to see those back up through the rest of the year, but some great impacts there. And we've been collaborating with them and doing some marketing. We found that some of our highest spending visitors come from those destinations where they're flying in. We got the data that tracks that. So we've been advertising to those destinations and trying to support some of that too. Here's the breakdown in the TPA. So what we're projecting is about 21,000 estimated room nights next year, about 7 million in economic impact, and 2.8 million in hotel spending, direct spending to our hotels. That's in the convention side. On the sports tournament side, about 22,000 projected guest rooms for 12 million in economic impact and 3.5 million in hotel spending. So good numbers there. Again, slight increase from what we projected last year. We've got some good bookings looking forward. So we move forward with that. Then just in general tourism development, a lot of stuff going on in our digital advertising, public relations, social media, all of that stuff is doing well. I'll show you some numbers for some of the things that are happening with that. In social media, you can see the trend there for engagement. The red line is the new line. So we picked up in January and just kind of kept increasing. September, that engagement, that's coming from that Ironman event. Lots of interaction there. That's the big spike there, but we outpaced last year and we're continuing to do well there on the social media side. Our website metrics are fantastic. Over the years, our website has grown. I think we've got about 400,000 more viewers each year than we had when we started. And so you can see the growth there continues to outpace where we've been. So that's all coming from the marketing and advertising we're doing, bringing people to the website to learn more and more about the destination and do more. And then we're getting some good partner referrals too, which we think is a very important part of the plan as we get people here and then we send them from our website to our hospitality industry. As far as community engagement, I'm very involved in, I think some of the stuff maybe that you saw in the video, Blanche, was in partnership with a grant that we worked with the city of Pasco on a grant with the state of Washington Tourism, where we got a $15,000 grant to help create some assets. and that's going into video work. We're actually producing some stuff with that grant as well, which will come out in the next year. So we've got some kind of preliminary things shaping up. It's looking really good, but like you said, that those assets just make such a difference to show off the city the way it is, and so we're glad to be able to work with the city in that. We're involved, of course, in a lot of the public events and things, the Pasco Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber, all of those. Fiery Foods Festival, we never win that, but we always have somebody there. So I think we included in your packet the work plan, and I won't go over all of the details on that, but that's in your packet to show you where we're headed for 2026. But the last thing I think I need to go over is this TPA reserve request. So over the years, with those TPA funds that come in, if we don't spend them all, we put them in a reserve account, and there's some regulations to that. We have to have a certain amount in there in reserves that we can't spend. But currently, there's about 1.3 million that we've held from over the years from not spending that we can apply into other projects. And so we go to the hotel commissioners with projects each year that we think we can accomplish, and these are the ones that we feel like we can do next year and be effective in that. One of them is a sports facilities market analysis. I think it's time we go back and do that. The last one was done in 2017 or 19. I can't remember. It's been a while. Things have changed, and there's a lot of interest in sports facilities and venues, and so we want to put some money into that. And work with a group and see if we can get a new analysis and feasibility, so we can help the cities in the area determine what facilities we need. There's an event show called the Northwest Event Show that we want to push a little harder on that one. That's more of a corporate client travel that we would focus on. The new convention center at Three Rivers expansion there is going to be huge for us in bringing these new groups in, and so we want to put some money into marketing that and making sure that the people out there are aware that we've got more space and can bring in bigger groups there. A Washington Wine Campaign, another big campaign that will focus on the Washington Wine Festival in Seattle area, the West Coast, and try and do a lot of strategic things with journalists and everything else, bringing them out here. So a lot of plans in that. One of the things that we have to do this year, unfortunately, the state legislature passed a new tax law that says you have to pay taxes on advertising expenditures. And so now we've got to cover that. But that law, there's a lot of misunderstanding that nobody's quite sure exactly what you have to pay on and what you aren't yet. And so what we'd like to do, we asked our hotel commissioners to just set aside some money that as we get to understand those taxes that we need to pay now for those purchases, we'll have some money set aside that we can do that. Rather than cutting into the funds that we would use to spend for advertising, we'll have this money set aside that we can use that to pay those taxes this year as we learn and understand that a little bit better. An ambassador influencer program, so getting some local influencers in the area who talk online socially about this area quite a bit. We want to get in relationship with them better and partner with them so that as they're talking about things, they're promoting the things that we're collaborating on that work. So that's what that is. Excuse me. Then some other media fam tours where we'll bring in journalists and things to the area. And then the last one is a 509 fam tour. We've been talking with the folks, our counterparts in Walla Walla and Spokane, about collaborating on an Eastern Washington type of a campaign where we bring in media journalists that maybe do a bigger approach, a regional approach to this area. So we, kind of stumbled on the phrase, the bright side of the state. And so we'll focus on those journalists telling the story of the place, the sunny side of the state and an itinerary that works along that. So some activation there for that. So total request this year is about $253,000, and the hotel commissioners approved that unanimously. We present it to the city for their approval so that we can go ahead and implement those projects. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of the presentation this year. Happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lewis. I appreciate that informative presentation. Sounds like you guys are doing a great job of bringing people here to Tri-Cities and hopefully Pasco as well. Let's start off with a question or a comment by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Appreciate you being here tonight. And appreciate your emphasis on sports facilities too. You know, it's something I know as a council we're trying to, consider, and, we want to give the people what they want, and, of course, what's going to be the best return on investment. So I appreciate you taking a closer look at that. Of course, we're hoping, and I guess I should just say thank you for all the work you've done in the Ironman Festival. I know, that some people may try to take credit for other stuff, but really that's something you guys can really hang your hat on and say you've done and done well. But we just got to get them to swim across the river too, because what we're really kind of hoping for there. And I love your little logo there, the bright side of the state. Yeah, it's I think there's a lot there, and that's really well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. One thing I didn't mention on the sports side too, a big project this year is sort of the FIFA fan zone. There's a lot of interest in FIFA this year, obviously, and working with the city of Pasco specifically on some fan zones for that. That'll be a great event for our community here too. So appreciate that. And I felt to mention too, we took our team down about a month ago. We brought our team on a retreat over to Pasco. We met at the Courtyard Marriott at the airport, and then we came down and Jesse took us on a tour of the specialty kitchen. We split the team up. They each went to a different restaurant downtown, and we just got an immersion in Pasco and had some great stories. Jesse, he's fantastic, by the way. Just, giving a plug for Jesse and all the work he does. But went over to Cafe Canarte and heard the story there and just learning more about that. So we love Pasco. Like I say, most of us live here on our executive team. And so we're celebrating this community. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you for that. I know if you want the best Mexican food, you got to come to Pasco. It's very authentic here. So, but yes, let's move on to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's a good segue from Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, because I went through this. I'm a big supporter of what Visit Tri-Cities has been doing, but I think for me to be a yes vote on this, I really need to see Ironman come to Pasco in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the biggest takeaways especially even after former council member Harpster said, it'd be great if they came to Pasco. I think I got to draw a hard line in the sand. I think we want to see that here, and that's a good way to talk about the money for the sports facility feasibility study. I think we're on the same wavelength. I just don't see where or why we need to spend $75,000 for that. I take it it's a collective, right? It's looking at it for the whole Tri-Cities.
Yep.
But we both know, I think we have a facility here that could probably be turned into a sports facility. That's what I would like to see. So I just don't, I'm not in favor of spending $75,000 to update a study from 2019. It's just going to turn around and tell us the same thing. Hey, you have a lot of kids here, a lot of younger population here in Pasco. They have kids that are in multiple sports leagues. You should do sports. Well, we kind of already know that. I'm sure we can go get graphs and all that stuff, nice pictures that we can put up in a presentation. But I think at the end of the day, we know that we can be a sports city here in Pasco. So it's hard for me to want to approve that amount of money because I can go towards other stuff that you guys could be doing on that list. I mean, I'm sure that work plan was a lot bigger than what you guys presented. But again, back to, I want to see Ironman come to Pasco, and we know we have a facility here that can be turned into a sports facility. So those are my two asks. So it looks like they want to bring this back by December 1st. So I definitely have some work with my council members, and I'll email them and contact them. But if you have a comment to make about Ironman, are you guys working on bringing it to Pasco in some way, shape, or form?
So I think I can address that really. Really, what it comes down to is when you're working with those event organizers, it's got to work for what they're trying to accomplish. And right now, we don't have a venue in Pasco where we can host the transition. Right, there isn't a place where you could put 2,500 bikes, get them into the water, and then swim back, and then have a route. So we went to the location, working with the Ironman team on where they could see that being successful. It has been incredibly successful in Richland with the Columbia Point marina. We talked about bringing part of the course over the bridges, but the challenge with that is if you go over one of the bridges and you have an accident on that part of the event, now you've got emergency vehicles and everything else, and the risk to reward is just not there. But what we found though with the event is like I showed in the graphs last time, 48% increase in revenue to the hotels in Pasco and throughout the rest of the community. So that event is impacting Pasco in itself. It doesn't happen here, but it's impacting Pasco positively. And as we look for other events where Pasco has the facilities, that's where we bring them. 58% or 55% of the sporting events come to Pasco because we have the facilities and the venues to do it. So that's what we have to work with. Those are the challenges that we face in doing something like that. We're continuing to look for events that Pasco could put their brand on and hang their hat on. And as we find those, events that sync up with that, that's where we push them. That's one of the reasons we went to the FIFA fan zone. We felt like this was the home for it. So we had those conversations with Jesse early on and said, we think that's the place for this event. So that's how our organization works. We're just looking for things that will impact the entire community, and we'll find the venues that will do the best. As far as the sports feasibility study, yeah, we know we need sports, but it's hard to get somebody to invest in those without some real hard data that shows what there is and what they're going to do for them long term. And so we're having conversations with people that are looking at building those kind of facilities, but they're looking for data too. And we actually had Hapo Center come to us looking for some funds to do a feasibility study for the Hapo Center. We didn't have specific funds for that. This is a way for us to take the funds that we have from the entire region and do a study for the entire region. And then we can provide that data to Hapo Center and to anybody else. So that's maybe some of the response to some of the challenges or concerns that you've got. We're definitely working to fill those slots and venues. We've got some stuff out there. Again, the American Cornhole's coming to the Hapo Center. When we find an event that will work in Pasco, that's where we're putting it. And that's what we're focused on. So we'll continue to do that.
Kevin, thank you.
Thank you for that answer, Kevin. I was going to follow up on Councilman Perales. So on the Ironman, when you're saying where they do the switch from say running to jumping on a bike, the Corps owning at the moment, say Chihuahua Park, having the rights to, does that cause problems? Or as far as, because a lot of times say even if you have to update something on a city park, you have to have Corps permission. Them being in, we always talk about their shoreline reconveyance. Obviously, City of Pasco wants it to happen, but would those open up more venues, or are you unsure if that would be a factor?
That's definitely a possibility. Again, it's having the facilities around a venue like that where you could put that amount of people in and give them the access to the things that they need, where you've got control over that. So, yeah, there are certain events that you can do. You could do it at Chihuahua Park or Wade Park or whatever, but if you look at an event the size of an Ironman, they just don't have the capability. Hotels, restaurants, everything surrounding Columbia Point Marina. It's a perfect venue, and that's why that event is so successful. People come in, their families can stay right there. They can eat while they're out on the bike. They can come back and watch them when they come into the transition, and then be back. It really makes a really nice venue for that. So it's kind of taking all of that in consideration. And but I think you're right about having control of those assets makes it feasible where you can start to do a little bit more with them.
All right. Well, thank you. Let's jump to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say I've been in the hotel industry 20 plus years now. And over the last 20 years, Visit Tri-Cities has grown and has brought many events, and it keeps getting better. So thank you. I can't express the value that Visit Tri-Cities brings to Tri-Cities as a whole, especially Pasco. But one thing that I think part of, council needs to understand where the lodging tax actually comes from. Can you explain a little bit more how that money's collected and where that money is distributed?
Yeah, so the two forms, thank you for the question. Two forms of lodging revenue that we get. The first is the lodging tax. So that's part of a sales tax that is specific to hotels. There's a 2% lodging tax that comes in. Visit Tri-Cities via contract gets 1% of that, so half of that lodging tax. It's not quite 1% because it's spread out over a 5-year rolling average, so it equals out. But it's essentially the first 1% of that lodging tax, and then the rest of that goes to the city for other uses that the city uses it for, mostly tourism-related expenses. So that was about 23% of our revenues come from that lodging tax. The second is the tourism performance area, and you know I can flip back here and show you kind of the difference in those numbers. These two graphs here. So the big number, 67.1%. That's what happened is back in 2004, I believe, the legislature approved the ability for jurisdictions to get together and create a tourism performance area where if all of the hotel properties agreed to it, they could then charge an assessment, an industry assessment. Ours is currently $3 per room per night that goes into that tourism performance area. So the hotels have agreed to pay that or to charge that assessment. That has to work back through an organization like ours to manage those funds. And so that's set up through the TPA Commission, which is hotel general managers. They regulate what happens there, and they're the ones that have approved the assessment, and so they're the ones that are collecting it. The reason it goes through the city is because it has to pass through an entity to come back to us, and so that's the regulation there. So did that kind of describe where that's all coming from? So the two different sources, part of it is the tax, and part of it's the industry self-assessment, where they're charging their guests $3 a room per night because they want that promotion, they want that marketing to happen to bring more people into the community. And then what you find out is that money goes to the hotels, as we showed. You know, there's a good percentage that goes to hotels, but there's a bigger percentage that goes into the community and other expenses. So whether it's restaurants and gas, whether it's shopping, which is one of the biggest expenses, entertainment and attractions, and other things that happen with some of these events. There's a lot of other spending that happens to create those events that again facilitates positive economic impact in multiple jurisdictions and areas. And so yeah, that's kind of the basis of where we're getting our funding and why we're around. We're here to create that economic vitality in the community by marketing and promoting and bringing the events here and getting those dollars to come into our community so they can circulate throughout and everybody else does well.
And I just want to make one more comment regarding Ironman. I don't know if you've been to Richland during the Ironman competition or drove, but it's pretty crazy. We all benefit in Pasco off of Ironman as the hotels, restaurants. I mean, there's so much money that's filtered in through Ironman, through the community. And I would love to keep it as is.
Sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for, right?
Right. So,
with the event comes some of the complications of the event,
yeah,
for sure.
But I appreciate all the community partners that have had their hand orchestrating that event, and especially your staff and even your board member, Mr. Taft over there. But thank you for, I don't know where Tri-Cities or Pasco would be without Visit Tri-Cities. I think a lot of hotels would be hurting without the amount of business that you guys bring into the area.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I know I went to some concerts this past weekend, and I was shocked being in Seattle, and the parking fee wasn't even in the thing, but like the hotel would say $150 a night. And then on top of it, you're hit with a $42 per night parking fee. Yeah. Like, holy crap. So I'm glad that you guys don't try to make your money elsewhere or charge people for parking, because boy, it comes as a shock when they're hitting you for that kind of money per day. And so again, I just appreciate you being open and honest with how the breakdown and everything. And and it is so much cheaper to stay at a hotel on the east side where we have land and open spaces.
Yeah, the parking's becoming a bigger and bigger incentive to come here. In fact, as our salespeople are going out talking about the convention center expansion, the upgrades to the Hapo Center and things like that, that's one of the things that comes up all the time with those event organizers is, I think you're going to start seeing people move from some of the other destinations. Spokane, same thing, as $35 a night to park up there, at the convention that we just went to. And, we don't have that here. And so that all adds up. It makes a difference. So I think you'll start seeing some more of that. One of the reasons kind of we're holding our own in this kind of tough environment right now.
Thank you. I think we have we have a question from the council. Let's start off with Councilwoman Bras.
No question, a few comments though. Mr. Lewis, I do want to point back to the revenue, the Tri-Cities revenue that's coming in. You're reporting, and I think it's on 2 slides after that one.
Got that one?
Previous one, where Tri-Cities visitor economy. It's showing.
There you go. Yeah.
Yes. It's showing $630 million coming in from visitors.
Right.
What they're spending in the Tri-Cities for all the events that you just named and pointed out to. But specifically, you're pointing out over 57,000 visitors to Pasco generated through the events that you're organizing. A 55% increase in tourism. That hasn't happened in some time. It's obviously due to the work that you're doing, to the promotion that you're doing, all these sports events specific to the demographic of the city of Pasco. But I did participate at the Ironman in specific.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the traffic. I saw the routes. I spoke to so many different people from different countries. And sometimes obviously I was at the beer garden. Okay. I didn't drink, but I was at the beer garden. So you strike up a chat.
Absolutely.
And, just asking questions, what made them come all the way from their country to Tri-Cities. It's, for a lot of them, they didn't even know it was on the map. But it's the promotion, it's the selling of the events, it's the brand, Ironman brand, and all those followers for that brand. But generating, it's probably should be added to this, 7.5 million in visitor spending. This is in a span of 3 days, possibly 4?
Yeah.
So that is a huge chunk of money that is coming in on this specific sport. I do not question the $253,000 that you're requesting. This is coming from a reserve.
Yeah.
This is coming from a fund that was created especially by those taxes for all the events you're already creating. I don't question that. I support it. And knowing, and I did actually have questions, but you spoke so eloquently and explained it. The feasibility study is specifically for that, to determine where there's any gaps, to determine where there's more potential for growth. So I don't question that. I realize it has to be actualized, every 2 to 3 years possibly, or sooner than that, depending on the growth. So no questions for me. I have no questions whatsoever, but I do have one final comment.
Yes.
My director of fun here, you cannot take him with you. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. But that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Lewis.
you. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you for that. Let's move on to Councilman Cotta.
Yeah, thank you. That helped me a little bit. My only remaining question is on the Washington wine campaign. You mentioned Seattle when you were giving your presentation. How does that work, and how do we benefit from this?
Yeah, so they have a big festival over there called Taste Washington. And we go to it every year. We put a booth up and we promote the Tri-Cities area with all the different wineries and everything that we have of tasting and all of that. So what we want to do is just embellish that to more than just a booth. Now we want to invite specific journalists, influencers, and whatever to come in to participate with us there and then come here and experience it here. So it'll be an extension of that event there. And then while we're there, we do stuff like we geofence that area and we send targeted ads to people that are coming to that conference, telling them about the wines over here and the wineries and all of that. It's really just focused on wine. We use that as it's the signature event on the west side. We use that as a way to get our story out and tell the people about it there, and then bring them here.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, I've attended a number of times.
Oh, have you? You've been there? Okay.
Great,
Good.
thank
Stop
you.
by the booth next time.
All right, well, thank you for that. Great presentation. Do we have any, I think we're pretty much good. Do we have any members of the audience that would like to make a comment on this? Going once, going twice? All right. Well, again, thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all.
All right, so let's brings us to the fun one of the night, the 2025-2026 proposed mid-biennium budget adjustment. Got 30 minutes, and it's Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So today we are going over the proposal for the mid-biennium budget adjustment. Jesse, do you have the slides? So overall, the proposal includes adjustments to both revenues and expenses. Oh, you got it. Thank you. So at the high level, the request is for revenues to be increased by $130 million and expenditures by $75 million. And that's across all funds. But first I'll go over just kind of a history of the fund balance. This is mainly for general fund and the economic development fund, and I apologize for it being so small there. So just a couple of items that I'll highlight is in 21, the council moved $12 million over to the Economic Development Fund for the purpose of land purchase, and that is still in the fund and is still available and can be moved back to the general fund if council chooses to, and would be through a motion of a resolution. In the blue color there is debt that is, so bonds that we receive, and those are specific for capital purposes. So you can see in 24, there was a large increase there for bond proceeds that were received and have been spent down over the course of, we got it kind of late in 24, so most of the spending has been this year. So that's one of the largest items that is reflected in the amendments. So this chart shows, it kind of takes out that debt and really just focuses on what is available for spending for operations. So the blue on this one is the economic development funds, the 12 million that is from general fund that is in the economic development fund, that if council does not see the need for it, we can always transfer it back. Okay. So just some highlights for the revenues. There's, again, this is high level for all funds. So across all the funds, we have, throughout the year been presenting the general fund and quarterly reports, and throughout this time we've been really managing the cash flow and trying to invest as best we can, and any funds that are idle, put that into investments, either short-term investments or staggering them over longer term. So we have already to date have exceeded our budgeted amount that we had for the entire biennium. So overall, we expect that to continue, mainly through some fixed investments that we've been making. So that increases our revenues citywide by $6 million for investment income. And in addition to that, there's an increase in revenues of $66 million, which is tied to energy tax credits that were received earlier this year. And that funding does come with some liability, so it's kind of just sitting tight for now. And also recently with the increase to the utility tax, that to 10%, that is reflected into the $900,000 in increase there. There are some decreases, mainly due to decline and slower patterns in development. So permitting and development fees are not as where we would expect them and where they were budgeted. So we are decreasing that revenue for now. And on the expense side, we've been discussing the medical premium, so that is across all funds for the employer portion. The premiums as a whole went up, so the employer portion also goes up. So that's, as a total, it's estimated to be at $3 million. It could be a little less depending on the plans that employees choose. So that is just a conservative estimate. There was also some land purchase, and overall, for the street fund, revenues have been declining there, so there is a need to increase the expense there for $1 million. And in the ambulance fund, tied to the recent contract agreement, there is a need to increase those expenses for about $1 million. Also, a couple interlocal agreements with the animal shelter and with the jail, which is increasing expenses there just based off operations. And sorry, this is a lot of information there and kind of hard to see. But the general fund is the one that's a little broken out a little differently. Mainly there's operational cost, and then there's the capital, which is directly tied to those bond proceeds. So, you can see there's the already approved amendments, which are mainly carryovers that were approved earlier this year, and that's mainly tied to, again, bond spending. And then on the, for operations, the general fund has increase in revenues tied to mainly investments and the tax increases.
What do you mean by investments?
So any cash that is, so essentially it's like money that's in your savings account, and what you have in checking is what's paying the bills, right? So anything that isn't directly needed to pay bills, we are investing in LGIP, so that's in the state investment pool. Then we are also investing in through our bank, so CDs or bonds, yeah. And we are pretty flexible with the terms, so there's some that we are, even if it's investing it for 3 months or investing for 6 months, so it's pretty laddered, so pretty much every month we are receiving some type of investment income. And we, it's kind of all the cash is pooled together, so it's all distributed proportionately based off of balances in each fund.
Thank you for that. I did have kind of a question to follow up on the investments. I mean, do you guys always make money, or is there ever things where you actually have lost money?
Not since I've been here that so in 7 years we haven't lost any money,
Okay.
But yeah, so there's, especially because it's pretty conservative investments. I mean, we don't do anything risky. It's the state mandates what we can invest in. So it's usually fixed bonds that we are investing in, or in the LGIP. And historically, LGIP has been pretty minimal because it's almost like a money market account. But lately, the interest rates have been very positive. So we've been investing, and it's very similar to money market where we can withdraw funds within a day or so. So it's not tied up at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Some of the most significant items is also in the reuse facility fund. As council might recall, the rate model was approved after the budget was approved, so that significantly changed the funding and the expenses in that fund. So that is reflected. Sorry, it's really small there. So that increases revenues by $42 million and also increases expenses by $45 million. So that's one of the biggest changes there. And also in the Economic Development Fund, the $66 million that was received in the tax credit. And I know it's hard to see, but is there any other questions on the funds displayed here?
I have a question.
All right, well, let's start off with Councilwoman Bras.
A question, going back to, well, I don't have that list, but I'm going back to the list that I do have in the agenda. As far as expenses, you have fire department here. Chief, I'm not picking on you. You have fire department here at $150,000, and then we go down the line, you have police at $46,300. Why the difference? And I can guess why, but I just want to hear it.
Oh, sorry, wrong slide. So for police, so it's mainly tied to the different agreement, the collective bargaining agreements they have different rates that are impacted there. So that's part of it. And then there's also the BIPIN for police that is, the cost increased significantly there.
So this is in regards to salaries or wages only?
Part of it is, yeah, part of it is. And
Okay.
for police specifically, the jail agreement that we have with the county the costs have gone up quite a bit there. And then also the agreement that we have for the 911 system.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Oh, I guess I'm not seeing any of the lights on, so if we want to keep going.
Okay. Sorry, it looked like we must be missing this page there. Well, the only other item that was excluded there was just fire pension and some interfunds, but mainly it had to do with the medical plans. So. Any other questions?
All right. Let's jump to Councilman Prowlis again.
Yeah, I figured I was just going to wait till the end of the presentation. So, if I'm reading this right, we have a $10.5 million deficit. Is that what that is going to be if everything holds true at the end of the year?
Yeah, so that's what was budgeted. So really, what the ending fund balance is at the very end. So we have what was originally budgeted around this time last year for the biennium. Then we have what's been approved so far throughout this year, mainly carryovers. And then the orange there is what we are proposing now, which is mainly more operational type items. So that last column is what the fund balance would be. So that would be the ending fund balance for end of 26 would be around 15 million.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're in positive. I mean, we're still in the negative, right?
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's a net change of negative.
There was a screen, couple, previous screens that this one, or I think it was that one. Go to the one you just had on there, not this one.
Oh, sorry.
So this has our economic development fund balance plus what we have in reserves, right?
Yes.
So I guess what I don't like is it says almost close to 45, but a lot of that stuff we can't use, right? A lot of that money is assigned to other items. So what I remember from a previous email was unassigned, we have 23 million that we're bleeding from. Because it says right here, committed funds, 1.2 million, restricted funds, 26. So I guess, is that graph taking into account those items I just said?
So the restricted is this previous slide. Mainly, most of that restricted funds that what you're referring to is debt. So that's being taken out here. So here is assigned and committed and available funds.
Also, is that with
And the assigned ones are council assigned, or so those could change.
Okay.
Yeah. The only ones that are pretty limited are the restricted. Those are legally binding, so like in a contract or bonds.
So, again, I'm just looking at 2026 estimated $15 million, says in the 12 million. So with that 15, how close are we to barely having that minimum? Wasn't it like $13 million we have to have 60 days worth? So we're like that close. We're like $3 million away unless we transfer some money from the $12 million over. Okay. Yeah, because I know you probably didn't write it. Because in the staff report, it makes it seem all, sunshines and rainbows, resulting in a net positive adjustment of approximately 54.6 million. That makes me, oh, yeah, then we're good, but we're really not. So I guess I just don't like seeing that. I mean, just give it to us what it is, because that money, that 66.3 million, we're not using that for anything outside of the PWRF, right? So we're
Right, so that's mainly for economic development and because of the restrictions with that, so that's is really kind of set aside for a couple of years until the liabilities go away with that. So this is specifically general fund. The larger amount that's referenced in the agenda report is citywide for all funds.
okay. Okay, so I mean, it looks like we're tracking. I mean, we're tracking what we've been tracking for a while. So I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those comments. I'm not seeing any other lights, so I guess we'll open it up to the public. Would they like to make a comment on biennium budget? Going once, going twice. All right, looks like you're off the hook. Thank you. Let's move to item D, which is resolution ladder truck replacement. And we got the Deputy Fire Chief, Mortensen. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
I think we have a little PowerPoint up here. I'll be quick. Mayor, Council, thank you for your time tonight to discuss the resolution before you, which is the purchase and requisition for a replacement ladder truck. A little bit of background. Our current ladder truck was built in 2012. Industry standard across the board says that we need to have our apparatus operationally sound for about 20 years. The first 15 years really is in that first out, or what we call in the sports world your starters. So those are first out the door, they're in good shape. And then that last 5 years, they kind of wind down, they get on the bench. So with a ladder truck, if you talk to our Deputy Chief of Operations, that's more or less your quarterback. So we need a starting quarterback. Ours is getting really tired. We put a lot of money into it to keep it up and going. And it's time in the replacement cycle with a budget to take a look at getting that going. So exciting project. We started this back in 2024, realizing that the market for emergency vehicles, we're seeing a stretch on lead times as well as increase in prices. Nothing we can really control, but we wanted to get ahead of that. First thing we did was take a look at our community. So we understand we're expanding. These are specialized apparatus, which means we need to have the space to get in and out of some of our communities. We understand that we're exploding. That northwest region up there is really where we were concentrating on having that accessibility and the operational capability to get in and out of there. So we wanted to find a piece of apparatus that could do both for us. And so we went to work, talked with our CED folks over there and got some kind of advice on what that residential status can look like, low density, medium density, so we can make sure we have a ladder truck that can work with us there. We talked with our IT department. These new apparatus are heavily technologically involved with communications, so we want to make sure our IT team can work with that, as well as Public Works, our finance department all got involved. So we put a project team together that really encompassed departments across the entire city, and just to get eyes and different perspectives on everything. After we understood the needs, we started looking at vendors, and that's where we really saw some of the challenges in the industry. As stated before, lead times are anywhere from 2 to 5 years right now. Our ladder truck is due for replacement in 27, and based on the maintenance costs and repairs that we're incurring right now, we don't have that extra 5 years to go with necessarily some brands that we were looking at. So we went out, we talked to 3 different vendors, did a little bit of homework, actually flew out to some factories, and we were happy with one that we came away with. It's Rosenbauer, and they're a big name in the industry. They're a worldwide manufacturer, and they really met the requirements that we were looking for. The lead times were short, as well as the pricing very, very competitive compared to everybody else. So short lead time, 730 days, a little over 2 years. Nobody could beat that, and we were surprised ourselves. So what we can get our ladder truck through another couple of years confidently to get to that mark. What we couldn't do is wait another 5-6 years. It was just going to be out of the question. Cost would be exponential. The customer service, maintenance, repair capabilities, they checked all the boxes. So we were really, really happy about that. So after that, we came back. Team took another look. We have a spec that actually the drawings at the end of the PowerPoint here. But we started looking at the funding there. The truck that we spec'd out, and I know this is sticker shock, and I'm not sure this should have gone right after the budget presentation, so I apologize for that. The good news is we have the money set aside. I'm not going to ask you for any more money. But they're very, very expensive. And again, we can't control those costs, the materials and supplies. So what we're looking at right now, the quote that's built into the package that you're seeing is a price of $2.409 million. So that is as the truck is built right now, and that is with everything that we asked for. Through this process over the next year, we're going to be dialing that down and really concentrating on the needs and not necessarily the wants of that vehicle. Part of the package that you'll see as well is a prepayment discount. So having the money set aside through our equipment replacement plan and having saved for the last 15 years, we're going to save $40,000 right off the top of that. And there were a couple other items that we've already identified. We're going to be a couple $100,000 under what we've already identified in this purchase. So, of course, a couple other things that we really tried to do this year. Went through our entire fleet. We understood this purchase was coming up, and the fire department is very sensitive about what's going on with the city budgets right now. So we went through our fleet. Proud to say we surplus sold $160,000 worth of extra equipment and vehicles this year, and aimed that those funds back towards the purchase of the ladder truck. Our reserve ladder truck is also on the market right now through a consignment company. It's currently sitting at $200,000. Don't really have an expectation of when we'll sell on that, but those funds will actually come back in and help replace those the line item as well. As you know, when we need to make a purchase, an asset of this magnitude, we do need to come before you to get budget authority to spend, and that is why I'm here tonight. Sourcewell is it's a GPO, so not asking for a sole source to go with Rosenbauer. We're asking that's already been checked with the cooperative purchasing organization. So in alignment with the A&O, we're just asking for two things: budget authority to spend what we already have that we've aimed the money towards. Again, we have everything that we need to make the purchase as stands right now. And the second part would be authorization for the city manager to execute a sales agreement. The one item I will put in here is it's industry standard again. Annual cost increase go up for their labor, their materials, their costs December 10th. And this isn't to put a rush on anything, but December 10th is when they will incur their next price increase, which is 4%. So we're trying to beat that a little bit ahead of the game. I have worked with Rosenbauer. They're willing to work with us a little bit on that timeline, but we're trying to get ahead of that sale or that price increase. And the last slide, I guess I didn't go through the slide there at all, did I? So apologize for that. The last slide here, this is the drawing of what would be our new ladder truck, and pretty proud of it so far. It's rudimentary, I understand that, but it is really going to be a highlight of the community. Municipalities like ours, this is really a staple. It is a centerpiece during parades and things like that. So we're being cost conscientious on this, but it is something that is going to, for lack of better words, pop. You know, when we have it, it'll be a sense of pride for our community. So, and with that, I'll take any questions. Sorry, I didn't have that going the entire time. This is kind of going off my script here. So,
All right. Well, thank you for that. I know we do appreciate when you're come up here and you're not asking for money. So thank you. I did have kind of a quick question. So, like on a truck, how much does it like depreciate per year? I mean, if you're going from 2.4 now, and then you're talking about your reserve one was for 200,000, and you might not even get that. I assume if somebody bids, 150 or 180 or whatever. I mean, how much realistically does it go down per year on the truck?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. It's a great question, and I've taken a look at different formulas out there. The most consistent one that I can find is about a 15% per year decrease on valuation. But it really all depends on your maintenance plans. Warranties do come with all the vehicles and things like that. It's how well you keep track of it. The $200,000 that we're looking at right now, the market for used vehicles also has to kind of be in alignment, and that's what we're struggling with right now. Is with the economy, everybody's taking a look at different costs. Right now, so used versus new, people are putting money away, but the fluctuation in lead times and materials and costs and everything like that, to be able to sell, we've had to drop down the price just a little bit to get there, but the used market is significantly different than buying new on what people are needing. So about 15% per year's average.
Okay.
That's a long answer, I'm sorry.
All right, I appreciate that answer. I did have a kind of a more technical question, or at least to me it's technical. You know, when I went and visited your station here a couple years ago, you guys were moving drones and you were moving like buckets of water up to the top of the fire station. I thought that was pretty cool. So, I mean, do you, like on fires and you know it's a fire, do you actually, can you send a drone so that the staff can be prepared as you're going to the fire so they actually have an idea of what's going on? Or is that just with our community, is that just not an option or an unrealistic option?
I love that you asked that question because we were one of the first in the region to have what's called a DFR. It's a drone first responder program, and it's not ours. We worked with PD on that, and it was a great example of how we're all working together in the city. We have the capability right now and the technology to launch a drone, which is really controlled and piloted out of the police department, but we have access to those links. So with fires, commercial, house fires, anything major that we want to, they're launching automatically and their pilots are up in the air. Our staff can actually hit the link and we can see if we have a fire before any apparatus is even close to being on scene. So it doesn't tie in directly with the electronics of the truck, but for us to have that visual ahead of time and what the police department's done to be able to provide that access to us is monumentally game changer. Nobody in the region has that technology that we've actually incorporated. We can sit and our operations chief can watch a fire and start making decisions and contact our on-scene battalion chief from his office with the technology that we have. It's fantastic. So.
Well, it's really cool. It'd be cool also if, again, you had like an iPad or something and you could actually see so the staff in the fire truck could kind of see what's happening. But
now this one version we have built in a camera at the tip of the ladder, which can relay a picture back down. It's a heat sensor, thermal camera, I guess, for lack of better words, and that our crews can see from the bottom. There will be 3 different screens at the bottom. So as that ladder is up in the air, 100 feet up in the air, it can look straight down and start picking up heat signatures on where the fire might be, even identifying some victims if need be.
That's way cool.
Through that technology, yeah.
All right. Well, let's appreciate that. So let's go on to Councilwoman Bras.
Quick question. This is a brand new vehicle. This is right off the lot. You're not looking for to purchase a reconstructed, reconfigured, remodeled. This is a brand new off the machines coming in, right?
Brand new off the yep.
Now, I've had the experience of seeing live action the current ladder truck that we have for the fire over on the 7th and Lincoln.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did not see. I know you guys were out there because it just spread really quick. I did not see that ladder truck had this particular part where, if we go back to the image, where there's someone sitting at the back that highlighted in blue at the far end. We don't have that currently, correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
there are different variations of what we call elevated master stream. So this is essentially a ladder truck. It's a different version of a ladder truck. So this is what we call a tractor drawn aerial, a TDA. So it does have a driver in the back. What's specialized about this vehicle, and what really ties in with what we were worried about on that northwest corner and the compression and the housing zoning up there, is this vehicle right here can make a turn in 15 feet. Our current ladder truck does not have the capability to get in some of our current neighborhoods right now, and that's what we're really struggling with. And when I say that our ladder truck is a quarterback of fireground operations, that has all of our technical rescue equipment on it. It has our ladders. It has everything that we really, really need to be on scene. And right now we struggle, if at all possible, to get into some of our neighborhoods. So knowing that compression is coming up over there and trying to predict for the next 20 years, we really took a look at this. The cost comparisons right there next to each other, they're all kind of in alignment. It's basically what your community needs. This is going to look different than anything we've seen in the region before, but our community is going to start looking a lot different than anything that we've seen in this area before. So we needed something that was really going to ensure our protection, our maneuverability, and our ability to access for the next 20 years, and this is what's going to be able to do that for us. So you can see the front looks like a semi-truck. It pretty much is. It's a truck. And the back is a trailer that swivels out, but what you're seeing in the rear right there, that person who's sitting in the seat, that's another steering component in the back, and that's where we can make some of those turns in a 10 to 15 foot radius. So very, very big truck, can make very, very tight
I
turns.
appreciate that, and I don't have any further comments, but questions, but I do have a couple comments. In that particular fire, and the use of this maneuverability from the back end comes in very handy, specifically in that fire that I mentioned. And this is just a call out to our community. If you see a fire, please don't pull over to the side, get out and start recording, just move out of the way. There was a need for our first responders, there was a need for fire department to show up, and I realize that you guys want to be out there and recording, but it blocked our first responders to respond sooner and to get to that site faster. So just a call out to our community, but I also want to say thank you for being proactive on selling of the equipment that is no longer needed or used to pay up on that added expense. So those are my last two comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mortensen. I know who's back there, Chief. Cosmo's got the caboose, right? Everybody wants to ride back there. But no, in front of me, I'm also just on a kind of an unrelated. I just want to thank you and Chief Crowley and everybody for your team for just being leaders in getting rid of this forever foam that was kind of splattered across all of the local media and everything today, and just being leaders in that, and putting your firefighter safety at a paramount level and all that you do and everything. So really appreciate all the work you're doing there, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right, well, thank you. I think that's a hint that he wants to be on the 4th of July parade. He wants to be in the back of the fire truck.
We can make it happen.
All right, now if only he could get sponsors for naming of the fire truck, that'd be even better. Cut down the cost. But I appreciate you not asking for money, and it sounds like you guys are doing an amazing job. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Do we have anybody from the audience that would like to? All right. So it looks like we have somebody that wants to make a comment. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And you're making a comment on the fire truck, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
My name's Lori Thompson.
Oh, if you could press the button, please. All right.
My name's Lori Thompson. I want to commend our fire department for putting together that package. I'm really excited. And I want to encourage the council to approve the expenditure as presented by the fire department in the resolution. This equipment's an important part of city infrastructure for safety, and particularly considering the significant risks the city takes in not enforcing the illegal fireworks ban. And those laws were enacted for several factors of public safety and quality of life. Just had to mention that. And again, I appreciate our fire department. And as with the law enforcement, we should support them every way we can in what they need to do their jobs and keep the public safe. And I appreciate their work always. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Lori. Appreciate it. And I know as a council, we'll try to get this on the agenda so they could save the money. I mean, again, you have my full support, and I can't imagine anybody not supporting that. So, again, I guess we'll go to Harold Stewart.
Yeah, just a quick question. Maybe Mr. Mortensen can come back up. I just want to make sure it's clear what the potential savings is if we purchase before the end of the year, because I think I heard a couple different numbers and I'm not sure which one is correct. So like you mentioned, there was a $40,000 savings, but you also mentioned a 4% savings of what the price would go up. Mm-hmm. So if I multiply 2.4 million by 4%, it's 96,000. So are we saving 96,000? Or are we saving 40,000? Or are we saving the combined of 136,000 of a 40% decrease, but then not seeing the 4% increase? I just want to make sure it's clear to the council and the public how much is to be saved here by expediting this purchase.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Yeah, so on December 10th, the 4% increase, which again is national standard, will increase. So the $96,000 is set to go up on December 10th. If we were to sign the sales agreement before then, we would save basically the 2.4, the number I came in earlier with. I'm sorry, my sheet's back there. But that's our current sales as of today. That's the price that would cost today. signing after December 10th, we would incur that extra 4%. The 40% savings that you would see on there, or $40,000 in savings that you see on there for signing and not going through a financing option or a lease option, just paying up front, is that's the other part of it. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but by signing and paying cash, basically, we'll get a $40,000 discount off the number that I already previously stated, the $2,409,000. We'll get $40,000 off of that.
So in essence, by doing it now, we get the savings from the 40,000 from the paying cash, but we also avoid the 4% increase, so it's $136,000 savings total.
Correct. Well said. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we all like to save money, so I'm sure that will be on our next agenda as far as to get this approved and so we can get you guys your fire truck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. All
right. I think that was the only comment from the audience. Give it a second try as well. Not see anything, but again, appreciate the comments. It's always a positive when they are positive. So thank you. Let's go to E, resolution awarding bid number 25635 Butterfield WTP raw water pomegranate system. And again, we have Public Works Director Maria Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item is a proposed bid award to Apollo Inc. for the construction of a permanganate injection location at Butterfield. So the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant, as you know, is the biggest and oldest water treatment plant for the city of Pasco. This improvement will allow for longer contact time of permanganate in the water to treat emerging contaminants like cyanotoxin. The vault location as proposed is near the intake facility, near the river, and then it is located right where the pipe goes. This location and infrastructure would be useful both in the phase replacement of Butterfield or a greenfield option in which the plant gets built in a brand new facility all at once. So this would be a good investment in our understanding of the needs for the facility. The bid was for $325,611, which was just about half our engineer's estimate. We had 6 bids ranging all the way between the Apollo bid, which was quite competitive, all the way to just about the engineer's estimate. So it was a big spread, but a lot of competition as well. And this is just a summary of the information. Bids were open just a week ago, and we did not find any irregularities or issues with the bid, so we recommend award to Apollo Inc. The work, if awarded by council, would begin this winter and be completed before high demand time comes next year. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that presentation. Do we have any questions or comments by council? I am not seeing any. Do we have any members of the audience that would like to comment on this as well? I've seen some people shaking their heads, so all right. Well, thank you again for that presentation. So let's go on to F, resolution awarding bid number 22396 for Sylvester Pipe Repair, 5th Avenue to 10th Avenue to Big D's Construction of Tri-Cities. And again, Public Works Director Maria Sarah.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. This bid award is for stormwater infrastructure replacement along Sylvester Street between 5th and 10th Avenue. We have some failing conveyance pipe for stormwater. The bid is in the amount of $754,803 with 17 cents. And this project would be awarded to our lowest responsive bidder, which is Big D's Construction of Tri-Cities. In this case, we received 7 bids, also very competitive. We would be ready to begin work as soon as this project is awarded. And we, again, did not find, sorry, there's some slides of where the location of the pipe is. and a summary of the bids. Again, these bids were checked and there were no irregularities, so we recommend award. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. Again, that's, I guess let's start off with Councilman Prowse.
I was just gonna say, approved as presented. That was it.
All right. All right, that sounds good. So I'm not seeing any other lights, so anybody in the audience like to make a comment or a question? Nope, once, twice, all right. Let's move on to item G, ordinance amending PMC section 10.70.080, schedule 3, parking prohibited at all times at certain streets. Again, Public Works Director, Maria Sarah.
Good evening again, and it's not my last item. In this case, we are presenting to you an ordinance where a designated no parking zone would be added to Buckingham Drive for a stretch of 145 feet from the intersection with Broadmoor Boulevard. The reason for this is to allow for the configuration of lanes that you're seeing in the screen right now, which is an added turn lane, which coincides with the new installation of the signal at this location, allowing for a safe left turn onto Broadmoor heading southbound, which currently this intersection was, up until now, was not signalized. So there was not a turn lane there. But with the project that is happening on Broadmoor Boulevard, most of the left turn movements onto southbound Broadmoor Boulevard have been restricted. Buckingham is one of the few locations where a left turn can occur. So adding this lane for the turn will allow for easier flow and less congestion along that corridor, allowing for vehicles that are heading north and those that are heading south to utilize different lanes and not just all of them queue into a single lane. Now, this comes with, of course, the elimination of parking, which, as you can see in the screen, is right in front of 2 parcels. And so those property owners could park in the driveway or further east along Buckingham. And all property owners have been notified, although I have to say that the construction of the signal occurred first and the reconfiguration and the notification happened close in time. So we have some work to do to improve our communication there. At this point, property owners have been notified and we are just looking for your action on ordinance, hopefully next week, to allow for this portion to be truly enforced as no parking, to allow for that safe movement. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I know it sounds like it's necessary when you look at the image there. Have either household, have they contacted you, or are they aware that it's, very important for the city to have, safe lanes? Obviously, cars there, you're not going to be able to turn or leave. So how are those two houses?
So both property, residents, I cannot speak to where the owners, had been contacted. My engineering team reached out to them, and they have been notified at this time.
Okay, yes. But no, they never said that they were unhappy or happy or either way?
It's a big change. Yes, it's a big change, and it brings some inconvenience for sure. But we are looking at the well-being of the overall traveling public. So there's some compromises there. Yes.
All right, I understand that. Not seeing any lights from council, so anybody in the audience like to comment on this? Once, twice? All right. All right, well, thank you. I guess we'll look forward to seeing that on our agenda next week. So let's work on number H, resolution change order. Number 4, Sandifer Parkway, Broadmoor intersection improvements with Tappanee. And again, Public Works Director, Maria Sarah. You're on a roll here.
It's a mini Maria show. This is my last time. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So on this item, we are bringing to you a change order to allow for the inclusion of a pedestrian crossing a signalized pedestrian crossing as part of the project that is underway on Broadmoor and Sandifer intersection, which truly the extents of the project are across. It's a widening of Broadmoor. It includes the intersection of Sandifer and Broadmoor Boulevard and also Buckingham. So we are really improving the whole segment of Broadmoor corridor. The project, we're seeing the location of the project, all right? The project did account for a pedestrian crossing, but the signal equipment was never included in our bid. So we're proposing this change order, which has been negotiated with the contractor to allow for the installation of that HOC signal, which is an enforceable vehicles must stop when the signal is on. So it's an infraction if you were to cross that while that signal is on and flashing. And the total negotiated cost for that change order, the installation of that equipment, is $245,159.30. Again, this is a mid-block crossing connecting east and west side of Broadmoor with the school that exists on the east side of Broadmoor between Sandifer and Buckingham. And this cost actually fits within the contingency in the project, but it is a change order and it does require your approval. So we are proposing this to complete the corridor with the signal being installed by Tapani Inc., who is the contractor on site. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that report. Do we have any members of the council that would like to comment? Let's start off with Councilman Prowse.
Yeah, the only comment I wanted to make was, I was wondering if the school district could assist in paying for some of this, since they are benefiting from it as well. I mean, it's right in front of their school, essentially.
I don't believe we have explored that. I will follow up with that with my team. Thank you.
All right, good comment. Thank you for that. Anybody in the audience would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice. All right. Well, thank you for that report. Moving on, item 8, or I'm sorry, it's Octavio Rodriguez project concerns. And on this particular one, there's some other things that staff brought up and asked that it be put on the exec session. So that we're still...
Yeah, if I may, although Mr. Rodriguez is here, and I would feel bad for him if he didn't have an opportunity to address the council, but I would encourage any questions council has or any staff response. The city attorney has requested that be addressed in executive session. So I would, and Mr. Mahalik is on the phone if you would like to ask any questions for why he feels it needs to be an executive session. But I think it'd be appropriate for Mr. Rodriguez to provide some of his concerns, and then we'll address this in executive session, council willing, under item 7.
All right. So, Mr. Rodriguez, if you'd like to talk, you have the floor. But again, any kind of dialogue, we will have to talk about it in exec session at the very end of our meeting. Obviously, that's closed. So, but we would like to hear some words that you'd like to tell us before we talk to our lawyer. So, you have the intercom if you want to push the button. And yeah, I think the button's not on yet, so if you push it. All right, now we're good.
Again, I'm Octavio Rodriguez, and I came last couple of weeks ago, whatever, the first Monday, and I present my case, and I see a lot of things that I'm not happy with. Number one, the application that everybody has there is not the application that I submit. My application for the construction, it was submitted before the 12th, because this one, somebody typed it in the computer. Mine, I signed it myself with my sign, and this one has my name on it with the computerized. It's not my application. So my application was submitted before the June 12th. And June 12th, city ordinance from the 20 and the west side, it was the only area that was allowed traffic impact feed. And the 27, the 20 and east applied the new ordinance. So my application was submitted before. So it has to be grandfathered in because they accepted my application and accepted, and that they say in the application they're gonna change in order. The only question there was use of the building. That's not a question not holding my project. They didn't change the materials, they didn't change anything. So they accepting my application. Why they charging me with the new city ordinance, what they accepted before the new city ordinance? And then another thing, we have a $80 million project east side in Pasco. They value the project for $600,000. Impact fee for them is $50,000. Minus right now is $75,000. Why 100 apartment is gonna cost less than my little building with 20 parking spaces? We had $100 million project and lieu at $200,000 impact fee. How do you compare those kind of buildings with my building? And the still again, we had no city ordinance in that time when I submitted my application. How do they change my application? And I talked to the city, the ladies in the front counter. They say that day is when we submit your application on the computer, not when you submit it. Where's my application? So my application was submitted way before the 12th. It's still not in the city ordinance. And if they go for that 14 days, I still not in the city ordinance to charge me the impact fee. And I brought two engineers traffic reports from the engineer from Spokane. The first one that was $15,000 compared to the $135,000. Brian replies, says, okay, we're making a mistake. Now it's $75,000. And he told her son changing, doing the report. She did the changes, came back to 10. And there's still $75,000. Why? I don't think it's fair because they don't charge in anything and that's not even in the city ordinance on when I apply my application.
All right. Okay. Well, anything else you want to say? Or?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you presenting your case, and yeah, I guess we'll go and close door and see what how everything pans out. And I'm sure we'll be asking some of these same questions you're asking. So
Any question? Nothing?
I think, all right. Well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Let's move on to J, update for the 2026 4th of July, celebrating the 250th anniversary of America. And we got our Director of Fund.
Are you going to ask for?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yes. Well, actually, since I just moved it to exec session, I don't think, would that be legal to have public comment, or? I guess let's set public comment. If you'd like to comment at Mr. Cortines and,
Thank you. Yeah, I wish you guys, this council has really been very active in solving problems. Probably the most active city council that has done so much in such a short time. And for Mr. Rodriguez to keep coming here, and I mean he's a businessman. He's a Latino businessman, and I always look after our Latino business owners, and they're really having difficulties working with the city of Pasco. And there's no need for him to have to be spending a lot of evenings coming here before you, wondering what's happened to his application being changed. I mean, it just kind of seems kind of silly that he would have to be taking time away from his family and his work to try to get things done with his business. And he's bringing a lot of construction, a lot of business here to Pasco. So we need to, get to the bottom of this and see how you guys can help him resolve some of these problems and stay out of court and stay out of spending money with attorneys, and common sense over some of this stuff can get done. And I know this council has been very active at that, and I congratulate you guys for the good work that you're doing and try to solve Mr. Rodriguez's problems.
thank you for those positive comments. Much appreciated. And no matter what ethnicity you are, we always want to do our best to provide for our constituents. So now we got any other comments? Going once, going twice? Not seeing any. Okay. Now we got update of the 2026 4th of July, celebrating the 250th anniversary of America. I was getting pretty excited about hearing about fireworks. So let's go to our Director of Fun, Jesse Rice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think this is our third discussion we've had on the quincentennial celebration. I think that's it. Don't check me yet. For our 4th of July, but quick brief is that next year is the 250th anniversary of the birthday of the United States. Pasco generally does a pretty enhanced Grand Old 4th celebration, which includes a week long of activities that culminates with fireworks generally. Well, culminates with cleanup of the fireworks. But outside of that, we have been working with council to see if they'd like to do anything extra beyond of what we have normally do. We proposed several different things, and then a couple of new ideas came up at our last discussion. So staff have identified the following estimated costs for those that were mentioned. And again, these may not be all of them, but this is the starting point right now. We had talk of a time capsule, which you can see could range, anywhere from $250 to $3,000. We had mention of a torch run from City Hall to Giza Stadium. Quick estimate of that was between $11,700 and $17,500. We'd mentioned flags and poles to line Burton Boulevard to the Giza area. You see that highlighted between $10,000 and $15,000 to really make an impact, make a visual impact there. And then I think one of the bigger ones we've talked about was a drone show enhancement to the existing fireworks display. We have a couple of different companies based, a couple different availabilities still. And essentially you can kind of see those costs on the screen. So with that, wanted to present that. As you can tell, we're getting ready for our biennial and budget adjustments. So it'd be important to make these determinations now or know that whatever you select would need another budget adjustment in the future. And additionally, something like the drone show, we probably need to get scheduled pretty quick as not to lose that availability. So of course with that, we can continue looking for additional enhancements. You could select from the enhancements we already talked about, or you could select to stay with what we already offer, and staff are ready to support any of those three based on your direction and funding.
All right, let's start off with Councilwoman Bras.
Thank you. Jesse, I know I was the one that brought up the torch run. Not a huge expense there. Is there a possibility to also make profit out of this by, I don't know, charging an entrance or participation fee to the athletes?
Yeah, we could treat it kind of like we do our cable bridge run, potentially have an applicant fee and maybe a customized t-shirt to help promote promote those to sign it up if that's the direction you choose to go.
And I'll continue my comment just to wrap it up. That's what I envisioned when I mentioned the torch run, kind of promote not only within the athletes that we have in Tri-Cities, in Pasco, but to kind of make some type of profit out of it, like you do with the you just mentioned it, the pole run. That would be my thought behind that. As far as the drone show, it would be great to see that. However, looking at the numbers, that is an expense that will not generate, in my perspective, will not generate any type of gain other than just a show, right? Time capsule, that sounds like a good idea. I'd like to figure out what's going to go in there, items, personal items, rather than purchasing something to put in there. Maybe we can explore that possibility. As far as the flags and flagpoles, as patriotic as we all may be, it's an expense for just one section of the city of Pasco. It just kind of brings a highlight to a certain demographic, in my perspective, again, my personal perspective. So if we were going to do something as flags and buying the poles and all of that, it should probably go out through all of Pasco, main streets in all of Pasco. But again, you're adding to the cost, and this is just for show. So I'll circle back to the torch run. This is involving a lot of people, a lot of families. This is involving potential bringing in some type of revenue. So I would support exploring more into the torch run. And looking into possibilities of building some type of revenue through that. But yeah, that's what I think. That's what I would support, obviously. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that comment. Let's go to the other side of the room here for starters, and we'll start off with Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I like all these. I think the time capsule would be really cool. I'm not really sure which one I'm for, the large, medium, or small, but I think that would be really cool to commemorate 250 years. I think the torch run seems really interesting, and like Council Member Baraja said, if we can, put it in the block, that'd be great. I think that'd be really cool to see. I would love to see the flagpoles lining up Burton Boulevard to Giza. It's 250 years. I say we just go all out. I mean, we're already in deficit anyways. Might as well throw some money into Celebrating America while we're at it. I think the drone show would be pretty awesome. I've seen them before in other places and stuff. I think that'd be kind of cool, and I would love to kind of see like an example of that, and maybe that would make me think about kind of the cost. So if you can provide like an example of if it costs this much, this is kind of what it is and stuff, that'd be kind of cool. So I'd be all in favor of all these. So I may be the outlier, but it's 250 years, so might as well go out the bang.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's go to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I'm not in favor of spending $39,000 for 10 minutes of a drone show, but that's just me. Question, don't we already do Camp Patriot Run on 4th of July weekend?
Excuse me. Yeah, the morning of the 4th, that's hosted it starts out at, out at the Giza Stadium.
But we put,
Let me turn.
but we put that on? The city puts that on, correct?
We partner with that group.
So is it something that we could join? Does it necessarily, I guess, do we have to close down streets and, because I'm assuming the road closures is what's the most expensive to put on that torch run?
Yeah, the road control, traffic planning is one of the more expensive ones, and staff time related to that afterwards as well. It's something we could definitely research with the Camp Patriot folks to see if it's something they want to modify.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to, I actually do kind of like Councilwoman Barajas's idea here of the torch run. And just if I can ask her a question, so you are envisioning, because the way you were wording that a little bit, are you talking like a cable bridge run or like an Olympic style run with the torch where they run it across town?
I wouldn't say run it across all town, the whole town. The Pasco Police Department participates in the torch run for the Special Olympics. Not exactly sure, Chief, you could probably answer this, how many miles they run. And then it culminates at the now Hapo Center with the torch being, a huge celebration there. Oh, yeah. Right, so I'm probably envisioning, not obviously through a whole town, not the whole state. Chief, thank you for that. But probably start off at the stadium maybe, where we have all the, close it off there, where we have all the fireworks show at the end of the night. Start it off, I don't know. I don't know where to start it off, but I wouldn't say start it off all the way from downtown. To make it out there might be a huge expense based on what I'm looking at here, but probably something within, start off at maybe at the fire station over on Sandifer, out there, and just run all the way over to start the fireworks show at the stadium.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Just when you said cable bridge run, I started to get a little confused
yeah.
there. I just want to make sure I was following your train of thought. Because I think the torch run, I think it's a really good idea. I think, if they've got it worked into the expense here from City Hall all the way out to Giza, I think would be worth it. Let's, to Councilmember Peralez's idea, let's really celebrate this thing. Because, yes, I believe America's worth celebrating. But, I think just like any family has to consider budgets, we do too. And so I think we probably shouldn't do all four. Again, I love the idea of flags and poles lined up. Mr. Rice, how many flag poles? I didn't take the time to do the math on it. How many flag poles is that?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Staff did run it past me, but yeah, I can get back, or I can provide it to the city manager and he can provide you an
Because
update.
again, I agree with Councilwoman Barajas that it would be really nice. Yes, I mean, that's the area, I get it, where we're gonna do fireworks. That's gonna be the last part of the torch run. I mean, that's a great spot for it. But I do like the idea of them scattered all throughout the city. And the other thing I like about the flags there is that's the one thing we could then hold and store. I'm sure you have storage space for those, Mr. Rice, to, thank you, to, you know, to use them for other, you know, festivities, whether Veterans Day down the road or, you know, Independence Day 251 or things of like manner. So those are the two kind of I'm probably more focused on, Mr. Mayor, is the flags and the torch run. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's move on to Councilman Cotta.
And this torch run would be on July 4th, correct?
Yes, which would be a Saturday this year.
Is that going to be a problem with any other festivities going on? We have the Camp Patriot, it sounds like. There's the 4th of July parade. Is it a little much? Are we going to worry about concern that this isn't going to be as heavily attended as we want it to be?
Yeah, there's a lot of activities that go on, and Saturdays have kind of, it's always, do people travel out of town for the 4th or not? But the good news is public comment will be pointed to you afterwards, so we'll find that out next year.
Okay.
So if I could just add real quick to your comment, you know, because there's a long list of activities that are already taken in place. I'm assuming something that had been considered by Mr. Rice is a modification in the week's events, not to add more to take away from one or another event. That's what I thought.
Okay. And the drones look like a lot. I mean, if we're into doubling the budget essentially, I mean, that's kind of what this would take us towards, it seems like, if we did the drone show. I guess some questions there. Is there a possibility of promoting it? Do you think it could bring people to Pasco along the lines of tourism? Is it something that maybe has the opportunity to help us?
Wish we would ask that question about 6 presentations ago when Kevin Lewis is here. But yeah, I think all the cities do their own, you know, all the cities, Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland do their own fireworks shows or a combination of those things. So it'd probably be hard to say whether we'd pull those, you know, from additional towns or tourism wise. I couldn't answer that question directly.
But if we're the only ones having a drone show, does that, you know, maybe that means something to people?
And potentially, we also have an ideal location with the Agisa Stadium and plenty of parking in that area as well. So it's a good add-on, and that's really the one that's most timely to choose, unfortunately, because if we're going to book that in, that's kind of the one we need feedback on sooner. The other ones, of course, scheduling a torch run, we have plenty of time to work on that and get that out in the crowd. But that would be the one that would require a commitment sooner than later, and not that I'm pushing for that, but that's the other ones we could talk about into January at this time.
And would the name of the gentleman that presented from Visit Tri-Cities, would he be the best person to ask if this would be a potential to bring back some revenue to the city, or where would we go there to figure it out? Sorry.
Yeah, but yes, basically, we could inquire with them to see if there's any promotions or anything we do along with our entire week of 4th activities for that.
Thank you.
All right, and Harold Stewart, you had a...
I was just going to say there's some concern expressed about the cost of the drone show. I'll say that's nowhere near the cost of an actual fireworks show. I mean, I know communities smaller than Pasco that spend $100,000 to $200,000 a year in fireworks for a 20-minute show. So these costs are somewhat a bit more affordable. But if you're doing both the fireworks show and the drone show, that's some added cost. But if you were to exchange out the fireworks show for the drone show, there's some potential ability to do a significant drone show at the same cost or less than a fireworks show that you just blow up in a matter of 20 minutes.
All right, well, thank you. Before I make my comment, let's go back to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just want to make one comment about Camp Patriot. It says that they've been here for 15 years. It's on 4th of July. It's a 5K. They run to Agisa Stadium. So, I mean, if we just enhance what's already being done and add a torch to it, then maybe we could save some money. I don't know. And still get and maybe help
Camp Patriot in the meantime get more people to join their fun run?
It's definitely something we could look into and then maybe get the more expensive torch. I mean, why not, right?
All right, I guess my comments would be, I like the first three, obviously the flags, was kind of my idea, so I love that idea. Just like what Deputy Mayor was talking about, once you buy the flags, obviously it's pretty much zero from then on out, unless they need replacement, but overall it's, to me, that's a good investment. You're doing a one-time investment, and again, as long as we have a place to store them, and plus, as we know, Barajas and myself, and I'm not sure about anybody else, but have kids that are in the military, so it's just kind of a nice thing to do to show how much we really do appreciate our service women and men that are in the armed forces. The drone show, I would not be for having a drone. I've seen drone shows in Seattle. They were good, but it's not the same as a fireworks show. And then again, I mean, if we could have the torch parade and it could come in conclusion with the Giza Stadium and the guy runs in and we're ready for the fireworks, to me that would be really cool, because it'd be at night. But again, I'll let you guys figure that out and kind of do some research. Not for, plus it sounds like a great idea, but that's kind of where I fall. So time capsule I'm good with, flags, I love that idea, and the torch run seems like a interesting proposition, and the drone show, I would not be for replacing the drone show with our fireworks show, replacing it with a drone show. To me, it's just underwhelming, kind of cool, but I don't know, it's just not that big of a deal to me. So I'm not seeing any other comments, so hopefully that gives you a little more direction, Director Rice. Yep.
All right.
Okay, and if we have any members of the audience that would like to chime in on that, yeah, we got, looks like Mr. Cortines again.
You know, at the Latin Business Association, when we do our festivals, we invite everybody to the table. And anybody that comes to the table with some ideas, we say, if you have an idea and we approve it, you go find the money to do it. So there's no idea we turn away unless you go find the money to do it. So if you want to spend $30,000 on a band, you go find the money and we'll bring that band to Pasco. This project, if I had a red marker, I'd just put a big red marker right over that entire project. It's a dream. I mean, we already have a long day. The city has a long day. You start early in the morning setting up the streets. The police department is busy all day long, all night long. I mean, lots of man hours that goes into 4th of July. It's a great festival. It's a great fun day here in Pasco, you know, with all the parade, the long day parade, setting up, tearing down, lots of hours going into the fireworks at night. They have to close down all the streets to let all the people out of Giza Stadium. I mean, it's a long day. And then the fire is at night and all the noise at night. And the cops are still working late at night, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it's a lot of man hours to celebrate 4th of July here in Pasco already. This is a dream. This is a joke. I'm serious. I like 4th of July. I go to the parades. I go to all the festivities. It's great. You know, if Mrs. Barajas wants this, then she needs to go find the money. Go find the money and get your flags and get your torch run, get your drones, get all that stuff you want. Go find the money and bring it to the council and vote on it next week. If you don't have the money, you don't celebrate that way. You continue doing what you're doing and don't waste money. For being a conservative council, I'm impressed to see Mr. Perales say, yeah, let's just go ahead and spend all that money. Yeah. But anyway, that's up to you guys. I just think this is a dream. Go find the money and maybe we can celebrate. The only thing I like about it is the flags. Maybe I'll sponsor one flag. I don't know.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I know you only get your 250th birthday once in your lifetime. So, but again, I appreciate that. Anybody else would like to make a comment on this? All right.
Lori Thompson again, and urge the council in their plans for the city 4th of July celebration to make every effort and meet every opportunity to publicize and encourage the safe, legal, and courteous use of personal fireworks in the city. Plan for and accommodate alternate public transportation from outlying parking sites to the hub of the city sponsored activities at the Giza Stadium. The traffic congestion there on Burden and 68 and Convention, those streets near the stadium, is really bad. And it's proven to be hazardous, and it restricts the flow of police and fire response to the area in general. So I just thought maybe if you could make some arrangements to set up parking lots outside of that area and arrange for city buses or something to help people get to and from the stadium to enjoy the show over there. And I'm not wishing to eliminate the sponsored professional traditional fireworks display, but I do commend the council or whoever put that together on the inclusion of drone displays as an environmentally preferred alternative to the traditional pyrotechnics. Perhaps we could take and like someone else suggested, maybe compromise some of the money expended on the traditional fireworks to include some drones, see how people like it. I personally think you'd get a good response to that. I think there was a show in the area recently where it did get a lot of good reviews. I guess that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that comment. Do you have anybody else in the audience that would like to make comment? Going once, going twice. All right, 3 times charm. All right, so let's go to item K, resolution amending. Oh, I'm sorry, we got our deputy mayor who wants to chime in. He
Sorry.
wants to ride that fire truck through Pasco.
Yeah, I was just kind of hoping, because we went back and forth a little bit of this. And, I think in all fairness, as much as I really do like the idea of a torch run, and it just seems really ceremonial, it looks like Camp Patriot does some good things in the community and everything like that. And I wouldn't want to, potentially take away from what they're doing. But, I'm back to the flags, Mr. Mayor. I really think that is the best bang for the buck if we're going to do anything. I did do the math, Mr. Rice. It's $65 per pole and flag. Take $30,000, we would end up with 400 poles and flags. And I remember seeing a couple weeks ago in a presentation when we were talking about the arterials and, perhaps, lining those throughout the city. I like the idea because it's something we could use again and again. It's not a one-time done. We could use them and I know that's some man hours to put them out on, maybe Veterans Day and Memorial Day and that kind of stuff. But again, where my very first comment when we got onto this a few weeks ago, America's worth celebrating. And so, I think Mr. Cortinas made some really valid points that, staff is kind of pressed that day already. Would be another street closures all throughout the city. And so I think we spend $30,000, Mr. Mayor, and buy 400 poles and flags and scatter them throughout our arterials and call it good.
All right, yeah, it'd be great if you could get like the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts or certain schools to actually fund things where they actually, once the poles are sponsored, yeah. Or where they are actually putting up the flag, the pole's up, but they're actually attaching the flag to the pole. And I don't know how much that would help the city of Pasco, but it would, I don't know, just an idea.
Great job.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent job, Mr. Mayor. There's a group called Trail Life, kind of a Christian alternative to Boy Scouts. Get them, get the Boy Scouts, get the Girl Scouts, get the American Heritage Girls. What a great opportunity to put all those flagpoles. Save staff time, of course, too. But that's the kind of projects they are looking for and everything. So again, Mr. Mayor, I think that's even a better idea now. Right. Thank you.
Just need to get the Veteran Legions and all those other groups, get them involved too. So anyway. All right, so with that, let's thank you. So with that, let's move to resolution K, agenda setting policy for regular and special city council meetings and workshops, and we are going to go to City Manager Harold Stewart.
Yes, on this one, nothing real rocket science with this. We're trying to take advantage of the break over December to get staff kind of retooled a little bit here on the process on how we prepare agendas on behalf of council. And so we'd like to put that out with more lead time. Because what I'm looking for here is to make sure that council is in agreement with the draft policy that we're developing. I think the key piece here is setting some deadlines for when items can go on the agenda. It seems like in my career, we have a lot of stuff comes in outside of the policy and they try to get it on in the last minute, and that skips past a lot of the review process that we need to have internally to prepare to put that on the agenda for council, to make sure that you have that information in a timely fashion to do your due diligence on those things as well. So that's one key factor. The other thing that I would like maybe some feedback from council on is I've observed in the few months that I've been here, that we like to put everything on a couple of meetings, like nothing's to go on the regular agenda unless it's gone on a work session. And so I'd like some feedback from council on whether or not there are some items that are suitable to put directly on a council agenda without being on a work session. So for example, the discussion tonight with regards to the fire truck, well, it's probably good to do the presentation and answer questions. At the end of the day, that should be talked about with the council through the budget process. You've allocated a budget. If staff is bringing it within budget, I think that's something that we're just executing what the council's already directed previously. That is an item that I think could be directly put on a regular council meeting without having to go on a work session. Now, anything that's obviously complex or have some potential political sensitivity to it, we'll have as many work sessions as you want in advance before that's ready to go on a regular council meeting, so that you and the public have opportunity to weigh in on that before you make a decision. But I do think there are some things that for administrative promptness would be a little bit quicker to put directly on a regular council meeting. And so was looking for some feedback of whether you agree with that or not, and if you do agree with that, what are some examples of things that you're comfortable with going directly to a regular council meeting and not necessarily going through a work session and creating more meetings, more agendas, and more time on your part reviewing over that. So.
All right, well, let's start off with Councilman Prowse.
Okay, yeah, no, I like the intent of what's in this resolution. My only caution is that I don't, the 21-day rule, which I look at, is really more like 30 days. And I don't really like that because I feel like that's going to be an inhibitor to things that perhaps someone on the council would like to see done a little faster. Also, I don't like how essentially the agenda is consolidated into 3 people: city manager, mayor pro tem, and the mayor. I want to be able to perhaps bring something and put it on agenda, and maybe time, the time is of the essence, and so I wouldn't want to wait a month to see it on the agenda. So I would still like to have the council have some type of overriding measure where we can vote on something to give staff, to give you direction to your staff on a host of different issues or what have you. That's my only, I guess, thing that I see here that I really don't like, that I feel like that's what it's evolving into. So if this is the way it's going to be presented, unless I'm looking at it wrong, I mean, the way I look at it is, it looks like the city manager, mayor pro tem have to concur to add late items. And then also it looks like the city manager and the clerk have to agree as well to adding late items. So if you can shed light on that, but that's the way I look at it. I think as the way it's written, if that's the intent, that I'm going to be a no vote for this.
Sure. So again, working backwards a little bit, in particular with things that staff are preparing internally to come on agendas, we are backing that up quite a bit, because in essence what we've done is we've created an agenda review committee that has representatives from every department that will go through and review those things a couple of weeks in advance to make sure that we've anticipated all the questions, the memo is readable and understandable to the general public. We're making sure that we have enough time for our city attorneys to review all legal matters with regards to it. We have time for finance review to make sure everything is in place financially for that item to go before council. That takes time to do that. So that's the intent of that side of the house. We could probably provide a little bit more flexibility with things that are coming externally to come before the council. But typically council likes to receive like slideshow presentations, those kinds of things in advance, so that way you can be prepared to review it, so you're prepared to ask questions during the presentation in the open public meeting. With regards to Mr. Prowse's concerns, that is patterned off of what we brought from North Dakota. You're welcome to change that if you would like. That was an avenue to allow an override for emergency items that weren't able to meet that timeline. That if the mayor pro tem, and the city manager agreed that was something that could go forward, that had the potential to override. We have to be careful too, of involving the whole council. You're potentially violating open meeting law by making public decisions on public issues outside of a published public meeting. And so that's another reason why that was limited down to just those three, with intention that the mayor and mayor pro tem are the quote unquote leaders of the group that you've selected from yourselves to be out there and represent that. And that would be the litmus test. So it's not me as the city manager making that decision of yes, that's on the agenda, or no, it's not. You have some elected representation there to participate in that process to override that. Now, there was an element, I believe, in the North Dakota agenda policy as well, that 2 council members could agree, and as long as there was 2 council members in support, then it would go on the agenda. But that was more putting something on the agenda as opposed to as an emergency clause to do that. Now, if a couple council members come and say, I want this on an agenda, I would assume staff is going to work pretty hard to put that on the agenda as quickly as we can. But I think that's a little bit different than what we're working on as staff to bring forward to you as agenda items. So that's fair feedback and concerns. I get that. I understand that. And we definitely don't want to have this slow down the process. But at the same time, I think we need to do a better job of processing things more professionally and having them ready to come to council in a public setting, so that we as staff aren't necessarily making mistakes and having issues that undermines the faith, the trust, and the credibility that the public has in the city of Pasco. So that's the intent of what this agenda policy is trying to get to.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not, I guess in my example, I'm not looking to have the council make a decision. It's just a matter of bringing something as an agenda item, like bringing it up to the council. That's what I'm talking about. So it's not, look, I'm not looking to make a decision outside of the norm. It's mainly if, let's say I want to bring an issue up, I mean, are we going to be holding to, let's say right now I made a motion, I want to, and everyone, 4 people agreed. So we're not going to see something like that. Obviously, the staff would have to do their due diligence, but are we really saying it's not going to be here for a month, essentially?
Not necessarily. I mean, if it's an item of urgency, the council has the ability to direct the city manager to have staff prepare something to be at a specific date of a council meeting. So at any council meeting, like, you have the ability to make a motion and give that directive to me to have staff prepare that. So you can override the 21 days.
Okay.
I guess, and I would rely on the city attorney to potentially weigh in on this if I'm wrong. But even the action of deciding whether or not something's going on an agenda and what agenda, if you're doing that outside of a city council meeting, even via email, that's a potential violation of open meeting law in the state of Washington. And so we're trying to protect you from making those types of violations. And this policy helps do that.
Okay, yeah, maybe consult with them, because I think if you were to come out with like a blind copy and ask something that, and everyone could, I mean, we're not on the same email, I believe that's probably fine from what I know. Again, I support this because I think having the agenda a lot earlier than Friday night is beneficial. So yes, I mean, if we got the agenda tomorrow for next week, I'd be happy with that, because I can look at it over the week, can ask questions, as opposed to, you know, I send emails on Saturday. I don't want to do that. Sure. You guys are off doing other stuff. And then Monday morning's probably just like, oh, dang, we have 50 emails from the 7 council members. Now we got to sit here and answer all these questions. I think if you have that time between, you know, especially if you have agendas well in advance, I think that's even better. So, okay, I think I got my questions answered. It seems like, you know, there's an ability to overwrite some stuff. So as long as that's the case, I'm happy.
All right, thank you for that. I know in our meeting this last week, Harold, we had talked about, I think you gave the example of the fire truck. You know, we know we're all support. It's already budgeted. It's already gone. My question would be, could that be something like would do like a video presentation where Mr. Mortensen had done like a 2-minute presentation? You could scroll through the slideshow, and then each council person could hit yay if they wanted it on the next meeting, or no if they actually wanted it on a workshop. Would that be any kind of violation of the Opens Meeting Act? Or, I mean, just to put it on there, whether we saw the presentation, we move forward, it's not that big of a deal, on subjects that are, you know, obviously non-confrontational. What are, is that, I know that's kind of what we talked about, but I wasn't sure if exactly that was what you were meaning, or.
I would be cautious of any actions that can be perceived as voting or actions of the council outside of a published council meeting. So now, that being said, even if staff is following the policy and we're putting something on a regular council meeting that hasn't gone to a work session, the council always has the ability to pull that and have that scheduled for a work session before you take action on it. We're just trying to expedite that process, that if we can take one step instead of 2 or 3 steps to get something approved, that's what we're looking at. So if we've already briefed the council, you're already aware of it, it's within the parameters that you have given staff. There are some of these things that we can expedite a little bit quicker without having to schedule it, 2 meetings before it comes to you. Now, obviously, if it's something you've never seen or heard about, those are things that we're going to move forward as you've directed at a work session and then a regular council meeting. But some of these things are just following policy and ordinance, and we're still taking the time to talk about it. So,
Okay.
but the council always has the discretion that if you have questions or you want more information, you can pull that. You can either pull it from consent agenda to separate action on that same meeting and ask questions, or you can direct me to schedule that to come forward at a work session before you're ready to take action on it.
Okay. Just to clarify, what I really kind of more meant was, say like for instance the fire truck. If, say you watch the 2-minute clip, you could then click either a button that says workshop, or you could click, agenda, so you would actually be voting it. You're not voting on it now, but you're actually telling the staff, so you could skip the step. So you're actually telling the staff, hey, I want it on regular council meeting. It will be voted on, but you're actually not giving a yay or nay. You're just skipping the step, that you're comfortable with it being on the workshop. So that's why I meant like 2 different, after you watched it, obviously.
I do understand that, and I would still caution on that process that you're opening up potentially a can of worms that could get you into some legal trouble.
Okay, I'm just trying to speed things up.
Yep.
So, okay, let's go with our Deputy Mayor Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I appreciate it, especially Councilmember Peralez's comment about having it a week in advance, so we're not trying to crunch over the weekend all the time, and then some of those questions then go to staff over the weekend. And I know we're grateful they always make themselves available, but it would really allow us to ingest this material much better and really interact with it in a much more quality way. And so I appreciate that. And then as far as the last comment, I mean, I really don't mind some of those things, like the fire truck's a great example, just defaulting to an agenda item with the caveat of, like he said, that if somebody wants to pull it off because it discuss it more, I think that works just fine for me. And then kind of some of the other comments there, I think some of the biggest issues we've had in the past as a council is not so much the 21 day and having to get it on there within 21 days or whatever, but just that maybe some of the items we've thought were a little bit more urgent. There's maybe where staff's, I don't want to say they've had other priorities, but maybe they're bogged down with other stuff and we just haven't seen those items maybe as quickly as we want. I think that's where some of that's been. But as far as, it being on a calendar 21 days and knowing that's all coming, and an actual agenda item or an agenda being put together, the packet within 7 days, I think that's all really, really good, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
All right. My thoughts exactly. Let's go with Councilman Cotto.
Speaking of saving time, you could just, Charles represents what I think.
All right. Got us a ditto there. All right, let's go back to Councilman Peralez.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, maybe give us examples of things that perhaps you believe could just go straight. It's rather than workshop, that could just be an action item. Like for me, I'm kind of going through them. Like the ladder replacement one probably could just be on the agenda on Monday. tell me if I'm wrong, maybe even awarding some of these contracts. I mean, if we read something, okay, yep, this was the lowest bidder, probably don't need to sit here and talk about it. So, I mean, unless there's an RCW that says that we have to talk about this, maybe another contract, like when the chief has something with Axon, just a continuation of that contract. Maybe we don't need to do a workshop. He doesn't need to come here, and, so maybe just give us examples, and then maybe check with the city attorney, because, we don't want to get in trouble for not discussing it in the public. And if one of us has an issue with it, we can always pull it.
I think you just gave several great examples of those, and those are exactly what staffers are thinking, that we're being kind of redundant and extending our meetings and talking about several things that, it's already been budgeted. We've followed a lot of public processes. We're kind of towards the end. I guess another example would be is final acceptance of projects. Those kinds of things that that can be put directly onto a consent agenda on a regular council meeting, as opposed to taking 5 minutes per item at a work session to go over stuff that you already know and don't have any questions on. And that's what we're looking at.
All right, sounds like we're on the same page. Do we have any members of the audience that would like to comment on this?
Mayor, this is Scott Mahalik, the Assistant City Attorney. Can I speak for a second?
Sure. Guess we'll.
I just wanted to echo Mr. Stewart's concerns about the potential polling, prior to the meeting. That is a concern. We don't want to do anything that creates a perception of polling, or it would be considered polling, when we're not in open session. So I just want to say that is a very valid concern. We don't want to run afoul of the open meetings law. So I did want to just jump in and just confirm that is a concern, and it sounds like everybody's on the same page though, going forward. So, but I did want to jump in on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the clarification. So now we'll go to Mr. Cortinas.
See, I'm starting to be like Thomas Gramboy's coming up to the mic every week. 3 times in one night's a lot. This is really interesting that this subject was when I saw it on the agenda, because I get the agenda every week. But I wanted to hear what your guys' response to our new city manager on how he wants to run the meetings and how you want to run the meetings. And there's a lot of good ideas on both sides. And I think working as a team and working with him and make him comfortable, and how he can get the agenda done and listen to his staff at the same time. It's kind of tough when we all want the same thing, and then we all can get together and put our minds together and to be able to make the work go a lot easier. And that's probably one of the best ideas that I've heard, is to try to get the agenda out earlier. That way you guys can send emails to the staff during the week and not crunch over the weekend like Mr. Grimm said. It will make everybody's life a lot easier. On another note, I know you guys are going to be naming another person on this council. And I think we're going to see 7 men. I hope not. I would suggest that you just don't look too far away and bring Melissa back, and then we have another woman on the council. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Talking about Thomas, we should give him like an award for perfect attendance in the last 8 years or 10 years. It's amazing how many times he showed up, and even sometimes I feel bad myself when I have to not show up, or a few times I've been out of town and Thomas is still there. So just giving you some kudos for always being here. So thank you for that, and thank you for the comment, Mr. Cortinas. Appreciate it. I'm not seeing any other people jumping up to talk, so sounds like we have direction. So let's move on to L, which is resolution office closure to the public for Christmas Eve day. And again, we're going to go with City Manager Harold Stewart.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So by ordinance, the council determines when city offices are open or closed. So my understanding is traditionally it's been asked to close City Hall early on Christmas Eve. It's at the discretion of employees whether or not they want to take that time off or work while the doors are closed. If they want to take the time off, it is their general leave that they use to take that time off. But traditionally, we don't have a lot of citizens coming to do business at City Hall that day. And so we would like to give the opportunity to staff, if they would like to use their general leave and do that, they can do that. If we close like at lunchtime on Christmas Eve day. But if they don't want to, they're welcome to work until 4:30 and save their general leave if that's what they would like to do. But at least they're not obligated to do that during that time frame. And then I'll address the other one here on the next agenda item.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions from the council?
I was just gonna say, I'd be in favor of that. I mean, I'd be in favor of maybe eventually that just being a holiday that we pay for, you know. Hard pressed to believe people might come in to pay their bills, but I mean, it's Christmas Eve and just, I don't know, a lot of people should be just spending time with their family, so.
Great, let's go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I mean, it's Christmas Eve. How about all those last minute shopping that you have to do because you wait till the last minute? I think it's a wonderful idea to allow staff to spend more time with their family, especially when they work on 4th of July or they're working on other holidays to make sure that the city is running smooth. So I'm all for it.
All right, I'm for it as well. Let's go to Councilman Cotta.
Yeah, I support it as well.
All right, sounds like we got a. All right, so any members of the audience like to make a comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. That brings us to item number 6, miscellaneous council discussion. And I know we've had Councilwoman. You want to go last? Okay. Let's start off with Harold. Did you have anything you wanted to talk about, or?
Yeah, there's one item here that I just wanted to get some feedback from council, kind of going off a little bit of the previous agenda item, and that is, I think it would be helpful through our PMC to provide a potential additional paid holiday for city employees at the city manager's discretion. And I would like to ask council to consider doing that in observance on the 26th of December this year, the day after Christmas. I guess there's a couple of things here. Just in general practice, I think it's a good idea because sometimes the way holidays fall, it could be 4th of July. If it falls on a Thursday, you know, it really confines staff to be able to go and take time off. And, you know, you have Thursday off, but then you have to come back and work Friday, and then you have Saturday, Sunday off. And so having that discretionary holiday would be helpful to help alleviate that sometimes. Secondly, I would just say that I feel like being here 3 months and observing staff, we have a lot of great staff here that are working really, really hard. We've had a lot of turnover, leadership positions, staff positions, council. Staff has put in a lot of work this year to keep this organization afloat and moving forward in a positive way. And so to a certain degree, I think it would be a great token of appreciation to city staff for council to approve that we close City Hall on the 26th and that be a paid day off for staff, that they don't have to use their general leave. And then also asking that the PMC be changed that gives the city manager some discretion that when I feel that's appropriate, that I have the ability to offer that holiday during a year if I feel that's necessary. It's not a guarantee that they get that holiday every year, but it does provide the opportunity that if I feel it's appropriate that I can do that. So that's what that agenda item is. Is there any questions or feedback on that item before I provide just a general city manager's report?
I think we're going to go with our Deputy Mayor Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I guess part of it, I still have Mr. Cortinez's comment in my mind a little earlier about how active of a council we have been. And we, over the last couple of years, have put a lot on staff. And together, we have really just done a lot of amazing things. And so, no, I know staff has been working hard, and I know they are dedicated, and I know you have some really good people on their team. So, yeah, at least for this year, I would definitely be up for that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, and I'm for it as well. Let's go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I'm going to cast my vote today for yes instead of next week. So if that makes a difference for you guys.
Thank you.
All right, so we got Councilwoman Bras.
Yes, quick question. I heard the comment. I'm going to say yes for this year. Not sure what you meant about that. Yeah, so I think by changing the PMC, it just makes it valid until the PMC is actually changed, so not for a year. That's a yes for me.
All right, got Councilman Cotta.
Yeah, to echo what's been said, I know you guys are working really hard. And what tends to happen with these holidays, whether we get them or not, the work doesn't go away. So if this is the way that you want to manage your time, it's fine with me. I know you're going to get the job done.
All right, thank you for that. So that should give staff some direction. Is there more that you want to talk about?
Just a couple of quick updates really quick. First and foremost, I just want to do a public thank you to Alyssa. She was the behind the scenes that put together the video for the State of the Cities. And then Nicole that wrote your speech. So again, great work by great staff, well received, and appreciative to have them on staff and for the work they do. Alyssa had a tough task. She made me sound good. She didn't make me look good, but that's not her fault. That's mine. Even my wife hasn't been able to figure that out after a quarter of a century. So with that, just a reminder that City Hall will be closed Thursday and Friday this week in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. And we definitely wish all the best to our citizens and to the council and to all staff for the jobs that they do every single day. PD is hosting a business watch meeting for Districts 1 and 2 on December 4th at 1 p.m. in the Police Department Community Room. So if you're in those districts, please come join that. They give great presentations and updates of what's happening in those districts specifically. We still have Wreaths Across America that's going on. I had an email update today that we're at about 37% of our goal right now. So we would like some more support from the community in supporting that endeavor. Memorial Pool Dome, today's the first day that the Pasco School District boys swim team will be practicing inside. Well, I'm assuming they've already practiced. I hope they're still not practicing at 9:40 p.m. We have lights in there. And we're still planning a ribbon cutting once all related construction is complete. And then I just want to make a public thank you to Councilwoman Blaisdell for her service on the council. Tonight is likely her last meeting, at least full meeting with the council. And so thank you for your service to the community and your passion for the community and the organization and our staff.
All right, thank you for that. Before we get to Councilwoman Blaisdell, if you give
I'm
me...
going first.
You're going to go first?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. well, I
There's
guess-
a reason, because I gotta hold it together.
All
Okay,
right.
so tomorrow we'll know my fate, whether I'm gonna continue to serve on council or not. Or I'll pass my seat on to someone new. No matter the outcome, I want to express my deepest appreciation for the opportunity I have been given to serve the residents of Pasco. I'm truly thankful for every person I've met along this journey. Growing up in a small town, you think everyone knows everyone, but couldn't be further from the truth. Serving on council has opened doors that has allowed me to meet so many incredible people from every corner of our community. Listening with an open mind, hearing concerns, and working to find solutions has been one of the greatest privileges of my life. We have remarkable individuals working throughout the city of Pasco, and it truly takes a team to keep a city moving forward. And I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all the city staff. Your hard work and dedication and professionalism do not go unnoticed. I appreciate every single department and the passion you bring to serving our residents. One of the things I love most about Pasco is our people, how diverse we are, and how we come together as one community. My time on council has helped me appreciate the city even more deeply and strengthen my love for the place that I call home. To my fellow council members for the last 2 years, and there's been a handful of council members for the last 2 years. Every single one of you guys have taught me something about myself, and you guys have shown me grace and patience, and I've learned so much from all of you. And I can't express what I'm going to take away from this experience. I'm grateful for the personal growth, the learning, and the trust placed in me over the last 2 years. No matter what tomorrow brings, I will always be thankful for the opportunity to serve the city of Pasco. And we're going to end it there.
All right, well, thank you for that great speech. It's been It's been a pleasure knowing you and sitting next to you for the last 2 years as your friend. I know. It still has been a pleasure. So, was there anybody I maybe Browns would like to say some words since you were instrumental and.
No, I cannot say anything. She's, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yep, we all appreciate all the time and effort you put into this. You did 110%, so thank you. All right. I don't want you kicking me again. So, I was on a couple weeks ago, I was on a park board's meeting, and the item came about the closure of 4th Street. And I would like to direct staff at this moment to look into the feasibility of what, if we were to close 4th Street for traffic, more have another parklet down there where people could eat, maybe walk across, maybe have like a Christmas tree or something in that area at certain events. I would ask the council also to support me and look into the feasibility, not saying we're doing it, but look into the feasibility of closing 4th Street to make it more of a walkability, festive, kind of like what Walla Walla has done in their downtown. If you look where the core of the downtown, and again, I like the part of having more seating areas in front of the specialty kitchen. So that was my ask. I don't know if we need council or if we just need to have my word, but let's go with Deputy Mayor Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you just talking what would be south of Lewis there, or just like the entire Fourth
just,
Avenue, or where you?
I think when I was talking,
Just right in front of the specialty kitchen. Is that what you're
I
thinking?
think that's
there?
what we're talking about. I know Director Rice had some comments of what he could do, but he was saying that we need the council to give him a little bit more direction if we could have a feasibility. So maybe you want to give like a minute or two of what you were kind of thinking in the area. But I know it sounded exciting when you talked about it.
Yeah, I think long-term in our downtown master plan, it's decided that between, in front of the PSK there from Vieira's down to the end of the UNOS building, that would eventually be turned into a festival street, which would be poured concrete to concrete between Peanuts Park and I would guess basically closed permanent. And again, that's in the downtown master plan. Those things take time to come to fruition and do change over time as well. But on a temporary basis, it's been discussed or brought up prior by council as well as city staff as well as about maybe closing that more regularly. And that would phase from either like a weekend closure, like a Friday night through Sunday night closure, or much like the city of Walla Walla has done, is maybe permanently closing that section ahead of the downtown master plan and undergoing the full remodeling of that area. In that case, it'd be done with probably removable bollards to still allow access into that area as need be. But I should preface that prior to any closure, that is kind of a main thoroughfare. So that's something that will have to be kind of have some we'll have to have engineering oversight in to help develop that where traffic's going to go and how that's going to route. And that includes whether that be on a semi-permanent basis or on a full permanent basis. But should the street be closed, that does open up several options of. Particularly when we do our farmers market and special events. I do have a set of leftover signs from the previous organization that say road closed. However, it is frowned upon when I just drag those out and close the road without any prior planning. So in this case, it'd be good to be able to get some planning done. It'd probably reduce costs in the long run for our special events where we have to come up with a traffic plan and put out detour signs and things like that. It does advance us moving forward, that downtown master plan, particularly that project won't be budgeted for many, many years, so it does advance us to some of those areas. And as I had mentioned before, we do currently have 2 parklets. However, following our current parklet code, any business, which PSK counts as one business, is allowed to use 3 parking spaces. We are currently using those, but do have a second parklet that hasn't had any interest shown yet. So closing that street would eliminate those parking spots per se and allow us to maybe place that second parklet to help support Pasco Specialty Kitchen or just open dining for anybody you might purchase food at and want to come down and eat, in that area. So it definitely opens up a month of December again if we'd want to place our, the city's tree there or any of those other events as well. It does ease the opening and closing, the staff time and staff costs to do that.
Right. So right now we're looking at more like temporary closing the road, obviously south of Lewis, just between Vieira's, or Columbia, I would say. But yeah, so I would, again, you said you kind of needed council direction to look into the feasibility of it, so I assume that's what I'm trying to do right now. So let's go on to Councilman Perales.
Yeah, I was just going to lend my support behind it. I know the Latin Business Association has talked about that. I know we've had our conversations. I think there's no better time than now. I think we need to start being more kind of pushing things forward with the master plan, even though there's a couple of things I need to get done with engineering. Either way, I think it's a great first step. So no, I'm in full support of it.
All right, well, thank you for the support. Let's go with Councilwoman Brajas.
Thank you. Mayor, I wanted to remind you that it was when we first came in with Craig Maloney and Matt Watkins was still here, when we discussed, turning that section into a mini plaza. We worked on it for several years. We discussed it. We kept discussing it to where it made it on the master plan. It's on the master plan. It's in the works. My thought is that it's in the works according to the master plan, understanding that there's process and procedures to go through to make sure that it happens. Even the Peanuts Park North is part of the master plan, and we're now addressing it, which is great. At some point, hopefully, we'll get the lights that you've been asking for across the street. But I think that's a great route. We have been discussing it for years, since 2018 or something, 17, that we've been talking about it. I think would be a great benefit for that section, temporarily closing it for over the weekend, maybe for festivals, closing it for a little bit longer, kind of helping people realize, oh, it's closed again, and, kind of starts telling people that eventually it will be closed. And yes, hopefully I'll see the lights across the whole plaza out there. The idea that Mr. Thomas gave out there for what he's doing over at the alley, we can incorporate that and blend that in. So it's a yes for me.
Thank you for the support. Let's go with Councilman Cotta.
Also in support.
All right, and let's go with our Deputy Mayor Graham.
Thank you, sir. I concur with Councilman Perales' comments exactly. That'll be interesting to hear what engineering says, but this is a great first step, and I think would create the plaza and the atmosphere we're looking for down there. Thank you.
All right, so I think we got some direction on that one. So again, thank you for bringing it to my attention. And so with that, I think we're going to move on to exec session, which is item number 7. And I still assume after this long meeting, we still have need for exec session, unfortunately. Okay. I think we should have like a pause or a break for about a 10-minute break. So that would bring us up. 4 minutes. All right, everybody says 4 or 5. Let's make it 5. Let's make it 5. And the exec session, let me read it so we can make sure we get that correct. So we're gonna have basically, let's have a break until 10 o'clock. We have 2 items on the exec session. A is to consider the site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection B. That's 15 minutes. And then we're going to, again, look at Octavio Rodriguez project concerns. And that need, city staff said they need 15 minutes on that as well. So that would bring the closure, if everything goes according to plan, at 10:30. So we will see you then.
I just want to say on the record too that the executive session provision for that discussion about potential litigation is RCW 42.30.110.1I. So with that, I'll see you in the executive session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that correction. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Yeah, so the exec session does need to have an extra 10 minutes, so we should be back we will be back at 10:40. Thank you. Well, we are back from exec session. I know our clock in there said 10:40. The one out here actually says 10:41, but we are back from exec session. We are done. So with that in mind, we are adjourned. Thank you for showing up.
It's like if we turn the soccer fields like
Nope.
we did. But I think I kind of want to go with a firm that hasn't chosen this position before for our city. So I'm going to go with TSTS. That would be my recommendation. And then I'll make it easy. If they're not on the table, then I would just go with GMP.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. So, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would agree with your take, Mr. Ronald, that we make a decision tonight based on the materials submitted. I would think that any presentation is just going to be a repeat of the information that was already provided to us that we all should have reviewed in depth. And so then with that, I'd be in favor of selecting GMP based on their history with the city and also especially based on their very recent history with the city of Kennewick. Out of all the three firms listed, they had the most local recent experience. And I think that would be helpful. You know, there was a number of candidates for the city of Kennewick job. One got it. There's obviously potentially still some candidates out there that they've already made contact with. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm, you had your light.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Harpster. We should make this tonight. I mean, I have a little more, GMP or Prothman, either one would be fine with me. But yes, I don't think there's any reason to further interview. The information submitted is great, and we need to get moving on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Ross, you can go.
Try that one. It's working. Wow. Okay. I don't think we need any further information from any of the three that we have there. I would personally go with Prothman. I'm looking through their paperwork submitted, and I like their placements. We have worked with GMP. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zabel is here through GMP. So for that, I would like to go through Prothman.
Okay. Like with that, you know, either Mr. Zabel or Mr. Ferguson, do we have any concerns if we were to select the firm that, if you can just put that on the record for us?
I'm sorry, what's the question? That there's any concerns that if you went with a firm that you're currently already contracted to for a different service?
Well, there's that, and Mr. Zabel, you still work with them, correct? Well, albeit not. Can you explain your status and let's just have Mr. Ferguson speak to it?
Yeah, the city has an agreement with GMP Consulting to provide city manager services. I was the selected city manager to assist the city here.
Okay. Do we have any concerns with that, Mr. Ferguson?
I'm not aware any. There is no ethical relationship in terms of like a reason to particularly cordon anyone off or keep any kind of. I mean, obviously, Mr. Zabel could be involved in that or not, depending on what your preference would be. But yeah, I don't think if there's any ethical issue there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barajas, I see you're on.
Yes, one quick question. On that note, Mr. Zabel, are you still a consultant, considered a consultant with GMP?
I'm a consultant acting as the interim city manager.
Okay. Mr. Milner, Ms. Blaisdell, do you have any input here?
Yeah, basically, hold on, dude.
Go, sir. You spoke once. You're great.
Okay. Yeah, I like GMP as far as what they had to say in their packet, so that's where I was going on that.
Okay.
I don't have a preference.
I was just going to ask Mr. Ferguson that because it appears we're a little bit split, would we need to make a motion to select a firm and make it official?
Yeah, I think we can do that. It does sound like the GMC is leading. Mr. Milne, do you want to make a motion? That's what did I say? I don't know. I drive a Ford, so I can't be GMC. I promise. Yeah, let's start there and let's go from there because I only heard one for TSTS, Mr. Press. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Milne.
Okay, I make a motion that we use GMP Consultants as our search for the next city manager.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. So, it sounds like you will, Ms. Mattson, contact GMP, let them know, and roll this out.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zabel can start breathing into retirement soon. With that, we got item C, which is a request for zoning code text amendment. Mr. Zabel, go ahead and kick this off for us.
Okay, great, thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Council. So we're discussing this item as a result of a resident or property owner initiated text amendment to the city zoning code. This particular item pertains to a proposal on a parcel located at Outlet Drive in Sandifer Parkway, and that proposal includes a car wash. The property is zoned C1, which does allow car washes. However, it requires that a car wash in a C1 zone be located more than 300 feet from a residential district. And the property itself is not large enough to accommodate a car wash and meet the 300-foot separation from the residential district that it is near. That includes the right-of-way of the street as well to the east of the property. So property owner, or at least interest, Mr. Mario Borschowski submitted a request for a zoning text amendment to reduce that 300-foot distance requirement contingent upon installation of noise mitigations or the ability to demonstrate noise levels that were equivalent to that 300-foot separation, that there's measures that potentially they could take to give that equivalency. Provided for you the PMC section 25.210.020 subsection 2 subsection Z, which allows those processes. And so for council on a resident or property owner initiated text amendment, the PMC provides that such a petition does not obligate the council to follow through with the petition amendment. City attorney and I had some discussion about what does that mean. Well, it means you don't have to necessarily agree with it, but you do probably have to hold a hearing. So tonight is just staff recommendation that council hold a public hearing at your earliest opportunity. Probably is going to be April 7th when you won't want to do some advertising and so forth, and then get that back in front of you along with the petitioner.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. I'll note that I attended that meeting with you as well, and I expressed that same concern. If 300 feet is kind of an arbitrary carryover, and we just talked about 15-year-old traffic fees that we're updating, it seems that there may be basis to look at whether or not a true noise ordinance, that being the case, or if it's a traffic issue, that we're able to mitigate whatever the concerns would be of those adjacent residents. So, I would be in favor of conducting the hearing, and I'd be interested in hearing the issues of whether or not this is truly a distance issue or if it's an audio issue. In other words, the sound emanation.
Yeah, if I could, Mayor, I think instructive, and I don't mean to second guess past land use decisions, but if you think about Court Street and car washes on Court Street, right up across the alley from residential uses, that's my guess, just knowing the city a little bit and land use and how these things happen, I would think that's probably why you have this ordinance requirement.
Yeah, I would anticipate so, and just knowing the area, there's a brick wall. I mean, there's stuff that could actually already mitigate some of the concerns. So, again, I'm in favor of hosting the hearing. Whether or not August or April 7th is the right date, I can't speak to that, but I think soon is wise. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I agree with your sentiment 100%. I'm always eager to make things easier for property owners, and one item that I noted was that this parcel being Zone C1 has been Zone C1 for a while, including before the development on Aldridge Court occurred. So the folks purchasing a home on Aldridge Court had the opportunity to realize, whether they did or not, that they were buying a house right next door to future commercial development. And then I think the applicant noted this, that car washes that are built today are much quieter than they were 20 years ago. And so exactly what you said, like to hold the public hearing and, you know, let the 0 people that'll come out share their opinion. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I would be in favor of entertaining this at another hearing. I agree with all the comments that have been made. You know, I'll just note that, you know, like right on Convention and Burden, there's a car wash, and right behind that car wash is a home. So again, I think people had the time when they bought those homes right there on Road 90 to, well, not really. They bought homes and they developed it, and that was already a C1. So, you know, I think we need to make things easier, like it's already been said, and I think we need more commercial development. This is going to go right across from that Corwin dealership that hopefully will be expanding there. So, you know, I think we should be looking to entice more commercial development. So I'd be in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to clarify, this is one of these weird curveballs. So this is a petitioner, not an applicant. So it's a petitioner for a text amendment, which to your zoning code, which means it's a legislative act. It's not going to be a quasi-judicial act. So you're going to have you can have an open record hearing, but it's not going to be to determine the specific rights of any particular applicant. It will be, you're going to hold an open record hearing to determine whether you want to change your own municipal code. So it won't, even though obviously we have a particular person who's petitioning for this change in the text of the zoning code, it won't be specifically related to them. So I just want to clarify, because that's where it can get a little fishy.
Right, so just a summary, this is a blanket change to the code, not specific. It's initiated by a property owner, but it's not specific to the property. Excellent. I'm still good with that. I don't think that changes my analysis. Any difference for anyone? Good.
It doesn't change me either. I was just going to add that that's why it was okay for you to meet with them, because it's legislative. And tonight reminded me that I have a voicemail from him I forgot to return. So, yeah.
Sounds good. Seeing no further lights on this issue, it sounds like staff has direction. Mr. Zabel? We're good? Okay. With that, moves on to miscellaneous discussion number 12. Mr. Zabel. Oops.
A couple different items. So one, just a reminder for council, the police department's conducting a business watch meeting at 1 p.m. tomorrow at HAPA. So business community is invited to attend. Second, just a couple of transitions I want to discuss, and I did send you emails about them, but I want to share that our finance director, Darcy Buckley, is transitioning to a new role with the city as, and that is finance training and compliance lead. And it's a really great opportunity for Darcy to be able to continue to provide leadership in the department and mentor and work with our professional staff. And also is a great opportunity for the city as it is. We have a really strong leadership team in the department. Obviously, this will vacate the director position, and we'll be recruiting for a new director in the next start that recruitment in the next couple of weeks. But you know, going through this process I will share, it wasn't super easy for Darcy, because she wants to make Pasco the best it can be. And yeah, I think we hired Darcy, 11 years ago? No, not 11, 8 years ago. 2016. So about 8-9 years ago, and came to us and has just done an amazing job. And Aricha was here at the time as the finance director, and that department has just transitioned so far from where they were back at that period of time. I could go on. If I do, it makes the people that were look here earlier than that bad. So I'm not going to. But it's an incredibly well-run department, and the reliability of the information and so forth, and the sophistication that Darcy and her staff have brought to it are just nothing short of amazing. So I'm, you know, as the city manager that hired her, you know, I have maybe a little bit mixed feelings. I'm super excited for her because this fits to where she wants to be professionally and personally. and we are lucky to be able to hang on to her in this position. Her family's lucky to get more of her, and it's kind of the perfect balance. So it's an exciting, a little strange. I've never given a, presentation like this, but it's, I don't know, I think it's super exciting for Darcy, and it is for the city too. Secondly, I also wanted to announce a second departure of sorts. So Risha Sigdal soon will be relinquishing her second title. Huh? Pretty good, huh? Yeah. So she'll be relinquishing her title as relinquishing her title as interim CED director, and will be going back to full-time duty as the deputy city manager. So happy to announce the appointment of Haley Miller as community and economic development director. Haley brings about 15 years of professional experience in community development planning, worked her way up through that system, has spent several years, I think about half a dozen years, as a director in 2 different cities, and I think it's Ferndale and currently Marysville. So she'll be starting here on the week of April 28th, and we're really looking forward to her arrival, and probably nobody more so than Richa and Craig. So yeah. So with that, that's all I had for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Ms. Buckley, sounds like we're excited for you. I'm really grateful that we get to keep you, and grateful that we get to keep half of Miss Sigdal, or maybe all of her in one role instead of half her in 2 roles.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure, and I am very happy to continue to work with everyone here at the city. So thank you.
Well, we're very grateful for the work that you've done, watched your countless hours and effort, so appreciate it. And see, anyone that's not paying attention online or wherever, the city of Pasco really is welcoming. We try to keep our people around. So, I see no lights from council. Mr. Graham, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on a comment earlier about Mr. Redfield of our abatement program. And I too have had interactions with him, and it is worthy of his name being mentioned and how good of a job he is doing for the city. Mr. Mayor, I commend him to you. And also, I want to call out a couple of my council members there at the far end. Maybe not the way my tone suggests, but somebody brought a website to my attention recently, and Councilmember Perales and Councilmember Blaisdell were the only 2 Tri-Cities council members with perfect attendance last year, Mr. Mayor. You were always quick to thank us for our involvement in the community and how, we go above and beyond at events, but I know some of us had to attend remotely or perhaps even miss a meeting last year, Mr. Mayor, but to your left are the only 2 Tri-Cities area city council members with perfect attendance last year, and I think that's worth noting, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, it's nice to know that at least a portion of Pasco achieves perfection as well, so thank you. Maybe we'll have to present some banner for you guys. With that, we do have need for an executive session. It's slated for 7 minutes. It is a single item to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood the disclosure would increase price under Revised Code of Washington, Section 42.30, 0.110, subsection 1, subsection B. Again, for 7 minutes, it's 8:38. We're going to go at 8 till 8:45. I'm guessing city manager, deputy city manager, city attorney, anyone else? All right, with that, we'll see you at 8:45. So you got his
For
on.
once.
Okay.
Okay, I think maybe.
It is 8:45 and we are adjourned. Thank you for joining this evening.
My son.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco, naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
Twenty 2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative.
Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. At workshop, I don't know why I've got that one. That's fine. I got it. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on formal items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available for those following along online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those present, there is a table in back and a sign that says agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm?
Here.
Councilmember Harpster?
He is also excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Should be joining us via technology. Leo, can you hear us? Give it a quick minute. If we can't get it, we'll circle back to him.
Yes. How about Mayor Pro Tem Milne
I am present.
and Mayor Serrano?
I am here.
Great.
With that, it looks like give Angela one more minute. Okay. Is he muted or we muted him? Or okay. Mr. Perales, if you can hear us, it sounds like you're muted. And I think you've got that control function. Yeah, apparently he can handle that himself. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and after that, Mr. Strong, maybe you can work to unmute Mr. Perales. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll sit tight 1 second for Mr. Perales. Nola. Go ahead, Angela.
Councilmember Perales, your mic is available on your side.
So, I guess Ms. Blaisdell, if he shoots you any updates, let us know. I guess I don't know how long to try to figure this out. For now, let's go ahead and okay, it looks like he signed off. Might be signing back in. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion as listed in the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the consent agenda may be removed from the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So with that, we've got a handful of items. Item A is approval of meeting minutes for March 17th, March 22nd, March 24th, and March 31st, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving the claims in the total amount of $6,863,149.92. Item C is resolution number 4582, River Shore Sewer Interceptor upsizing Phase 1 design loan acceptance. Item D is resolution number 4583, professional services agreement with Consor North America Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass pedestrian bicycle path project. Pedestrian bicycle access project, excuse me. Item E is resolution number 4584, project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project. Item F is resolution number 4585, agreement with Burnham for tax credit proceeds transfer. Before we make a motion, two things. One, do we have any update on Mr. Perales? It appears not. I see you. Oh, Leo, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
There we go. Thank you much. Good evening.
Good evening. So I just rolled through the consent agenda. Do you have any items you wish to remove from there?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any items they wish to remove? With hearing none, Mr. Milne, can you get us a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. And as I said, that'll come in a roll call form. So, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm?
Yes.
Councilmember Perales?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne?
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Does pass unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item is item 5, proclamations, acknowledgements. They're none listed. That opens us to number 6, which is our public comments period. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a later scheduled public hearing. This item is allowed to is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes, which I'll follow that, and Ms. Clerk will so kindly help us keep time. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information for council consideration outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when you step up to the microphone for your comment, please provide your name and your county of residence. With that, we are open for public comment. Yes, sir. I see the mic's bent down, so if you can bend it up, and then there's also like a little speaker thing. There we go. We're good to go.
My name's Dennis Brown, Franklin County resident. Okay, so I'm burning my 3 minutes. I had to have AI write me up a summary of what I want to say because I'm not that clever. So to begin with, it's curb ramps. I live in a part of town where they put the endless curb, and it's quite annoying. So here's what we have. Curb ramps are essential for providing smooth and safe access to your driveway by addressing several key issues. Protection of car suspension. Without a curb ramp, driving over the abrupt edge of a curb can cause significant impact on the car suspension system. This repeated jarring can lead to premature wear and tear on shock struts and other suspension components, potentially resulting in costly repairs and a less comfortable ride. Curb ramps effectively bridge a gap between the street and the driveway, creating a gradual incline that allows your car suspension to compress and decompress, blah, blah, blah. Prevention of scraping low-riding vehicles, in particular, are susceptible to scraping the front bumpers, undercarriage, and even the exhaust systems when navigating the sharp angle of a curb. Curb ramps eliminate this risk by providing a gentler slope, making the transition without contact, preserving your vehicle's paintwork and structural integrity. I have a sedan, and I still bump on it if I hit it wrong. Reduced jolting for individuals. The sudden upward and downward motion experienced when driving over a curb can be particularly uncomfortable and even painful for older individuals. The impact can jolt the body, potentially exacerbating existing back or neck injuries problems. Curb ramps significantly reduce the abruptness, allowing for a smoother and more comfortable transition into and out of the driveway. This consideration is crucial for maintaining the comfort and well-being of elderly passengers and drivers. Not just about convenience, they actually protect your vehicle from damage, prevent frustrating scrapes, and enhance the comfort and safety. So on that note, I'd like to see something in the code that allows me to install curb ramps, because currently at this time there aren't any. I found that out a couple of years ago when I tried to put a concrete one in and had to tear it out. Lessons learned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I know staff's diligently taking notes, and something that we can address in the future. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here's a couple of examples. I did.
Oh, okay.
It's two sets of shoes.
With that, do we have any further public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney. Need to make sure the mic's on. Looks like it's off. There you go.
Is it on? Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, 2 Pasco, RCW 42.56. Provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Provide a 404 permit for floodplain Road 48 Park, floodplain sewer, and for resolution number 4582. Provide all LID designs for Pearl Street past and present, and for my property, indicating harassment and retaliation. Provide an LID and or ULID start date and cost for my property. C Forced LID Pasco City Council meeting on 5/23/22 and public comments hands off to Pasco and developers. With the Pasco Aquatic Center, how much is ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins paid at a rate of $10,390 per month plus travel expenses? What's the total cost of the wow factor or wave machine, costing $22 million to $280 million, while Yakima's Aquatic Center, opening in June, costs only $10.8 million total. Pasco's CIP budget is well over $500 million, yet there's no money for a homeless shelter for people and no money for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. With animal control, provided permit for Tri-City Animal Services to operate as an animal research provider, include Angela Zeiler's animal holding facility plans for WSU. See Zeiler's quote in the Tri-City Herald. See Zegan Zeiler's WSU Buncher files and WSU dog videos extending well over 30 years. See Pasco City Council meeting 4/1/19 with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr, authorization of new due process at animal control that results in unlawful seizures. Dogs are killed and or sent to WSU for research. See Bell, Kilo, Jake, and many, many more. See Animal Control botched euthanasias they call popcorning the dogs and cats, or also called a violent, painful way to die. Provide Zegan Zeiler's humane euthanasia certifications as required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide TCAS insurance and Pasco's cat bonds. Provide results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Angela Zeiler. For questions, call Pasco's Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. For a list of animal research providers to WSU, including bogus rescues, call WSU President 509-335-4200. Call Dr. Guy Palmer at WSU and at Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health, 509-432-3385. My comments tonight are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time, all right. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Mr. Prowlis, do you have anything to report?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Blaisdell.
Considering we haven't really met for the last 2 weeks, I have quite a bit. So I did attend Visit Tri-Cities meeting. We are looking for Ironman volunteers. I believe it's not till September, but they need many more volunteers this year versus last year to keep the event going. I also attended the Tri-City Regional luncheon and annual meeting, and then a ribbon cutting in downtown Pasco for Lucky Leaf. I believe it's their second location for Pasco. And I am happy to say Pasco High Dance Team took place in state in show and hip hop in 3rd and Palm. So that was, again, a major accomplishment for those kids. So that's all I have.
Thank you. With that, I guess that goes to me. I too attended the Lucky Leaf opening. Had a nice chat with either the owner or the manager, Slim, I believe is his name, and it's good. Well, sorry. It's good to see folks who stay in town or leave town and come back and want to participate in the business community. So I appreciate that. And again, it was a great conversation. I also today attended the Pasco Aviation Celebration. Yesterday marked 99 years of commercial aviation, starting with mail, which went from Pasco to Elko, Nevada, back when there was obviously no GPS, really rudimentary, if any maps. And so these guys were real cowboys of the West, willingly taking what was a 5.5 hour flight, which I'm sure now would probably be an hour and 40 minutes, give or take, and really we're that innovation. And my message to the community today was, and especially to our next generation, is as the Port of Pasco looks to expand, as the city is looking at, with our RNG facility, with the PWRF, there's opportunity to be on the cutting edge of innovation here in the Tri-Cities. You can leave, that's great, but hopefully you'll come back with something more, or you can stay and there's opportunity for you. And I think that spirit of innovation that we had 99 years ago as the port and as the Aviation Museum seeks to share that 100-year flight over the course of the next year, hopefully that spirit of enthusiasm, excitement, and innovation, and maybe a little bit of Wild West cowboy resides in the leadership here, as well as the next generation. And I'm hopeful that our kids can get that message that, sure, go ahead and go off, but come back and bring something, or again, stay here and be on that cutting edge as we look to expand what the city offers. So I'm excited to see what the Aviation Museum is going to do over the next year. The culminating events will be April 6th of 2026, as well as May 15th and 16th. And I look forward to our partnership with them. So with that, I think that's all I have. And I did ask for Mr. Prowell. So moving on to item 8, hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. I've got a single item here. Item A, public hearing and resolution number 4586, surplus and transfer of city-owned personal property to a government agency. And Chief Crowley, or it's Captain, right? Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Mort.
That's okay.
I just like Mort. Deputy Chief Mortensen, I apologize.
That works too. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me the time tonight to talk about a couple of fleet proposals we have out of the fire department. Before we do that, I do want to thank you again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about your presence and representation at our push-in ceremonies. That was a really big hit, and having your representation there meant a lot. It was a highlight. So appreciate the speeches and the extra effort too. I think we needed every last bit of muscle. So with that, though, we wanted to talk about our transition with some of those pieces of apparatus and some of the analysis we've done. And tonight we have, let me make sure I can do this. We have 2 pieces of apparatus that we want to talk about tonight. And when we were doing our analysis at the beginning of the year and getting ready for the biennium budget proposal, we really were taking a look at what we need in the department versus what we want and where we want to go in the next couple of years. And what we found out is we have a couple of pieces of apparatus that were heading towards the end of their life cycle, and then a couple that are in reserve. And it's nice to have that reserve, but we really do need some funding in the future for some new apparatus. And given the state of our budget and the economy, national economy all the way down, we're trying to be responsible with what we have and plan out the future. And we saw an opportunity to move a couple of pieces of apparatus that's going to allow us that opportunity to take a look at some newer pieces in the future. First one I want to talk about tonight is our we call our spill response boat, and we got this on a Department of Ecology grant in 2020. And the purpose of the boat the council approved was to carry what we call boom on that, and that's to go out and contain any oil spills or any spills out on the river, waterways that need mitigated, and it kind of just confines that and keeps it in place. What we found was, while it is very useful, we haven't really had that opportunity. The numbers haven't been there to really demonstrate that we need this vessel still in our fleet. Now, we did put in the electronics on that, so the grant covered the motors, the power plants, the vessel itself, and then the rest of it we had to take care of. So all the electronics and everything were borne from the City of Pasco budget. And that was about $45,000. So we're taking a look at that, and what it's turned into is more of a backup boat for us, just because those numbers on our responses aren't quite there. So with that, when it comes in, we do have to start budgeting and planning for its replacement. And it's roughly a 10-year life cycle before we start having to take a look at the motors, and then taking a look at the electronics and getting those updated. So while the boat didn't cost us anything, the replacement plan in the future is something that we have to save for. Ongoing maintenance costs, there's not a whole lot to it, but it is maintenance costs that we have to go through. The oil changes, making sure all the the pumps and everything are working. So there are costs associated with that. Taking a look at what we can eliminate, that's something we can do. I do want to go back. So before we say, hold on a second, we don't have any deployment capabilities now, or we don't have the ability to mitigate a spill response. Our primary vessel can carry the boom that I was talking about earlier. Plus, it's kind of a dualistic purpose. It works really, really well as a rescue. Plus, we have the ability to go out there and handle some of those spills. And that's what we did before 2020 when we got this grant. This was just really a boat that was designed more towards that and not necessarily towards rescue. So our primary vessel right now does both, and we feel comfortable with that. So when we're going through this and saying what could we do with this, we got a hold of the Department of Ecology, and they said there's a couple different options you guys can take a look at. The easiest option for you, just for simplicity, is to transfer it to another agency, either governmental, somebody who can go out and their job is to clean up spills or have that for that capacity. So started asking around, and Chelan County Fire District 7, who's up there, they take care of the fires, the shoreline of Lake Chelan. They expressed a lot of interest, and so they went to their commissioners and said, hey, what would this look like? And what we did was we also, I think, let me see what that's going back to. So they went up there, their commissioners took a look at it. I did want to recover some of the funding on our electronics, and it's probably in the PowerPoint here in a second. But we did make a deal. So looking at the depreciation value on those electronics, what we did was we took some of the newer equipment off of the boat we're talking about right now. We refreshed the electronics on our older one. And so they're getting a boat that does have electronics in it, but in the whole process we were able to upgrade ours, and they're going to give us some money on that. We have a deal to get $20,000 in recovery on the electronics, which is the depreciation value on those. So legal considerations, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, to be able to transfer equipment with this value on it, or to be able to sell, we do need council authority, and we went through the legal requirements with the RCWs as far as putting it in the or advertising it in a local capacity. So we put it in the Tri-City Herald on March 23rd, so that the public was aware that we do have two pieces of apparatus. I'll talk about the ladder truck here in a little bit, but we had two pieces of apparatus that went into the Tri-City Herald. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight as we're here, and public comment period obviously will be afforded as well. Fiscal impact, like I said, there's no value. We're not going to be gaining any money from the vessel. That was something that they said was very problematic, even though we do own it, and the reporting period, the grant period is over. To sell this, given the fact that it was grant dollars, would be pretty problematic, and they said this would have to go up through the Washington State Supreme Court to kind of get a settling on this, and that's nothing that I was really interested in doing. So again, at $20,000 recovery for the electronics that we're going to give to Chelan 7 will be there, so we're not completely giving it away. We are recovering a portion of the cost that we put into it. And then the funds that we are collecting, we are asking that those be put back into our equipment reserve to cover some of the fleet expenses, which I'll talk about briefly coming up. So policy decisions. What we're asking council for is to declare the vessel surplus, and that will allow us to transfer the vessel to Chelan County Fire District 7. Their commissioners have already met, and contingent upon your decision tonight, they've accepted the transfer and the monetary displacement back to our fund. So I'd like to ask you to authorize the city manager to execute and negotiate the transfer after we're done, and allocate the proceeds from the electronic equipment towards the Fire Fleet Fund. I'll move forward. In addition to the vessel, do I need to pause for that, or can I roll both pieces of apparatus together? I can keep going. Okay. Okay. In addition to the transfer of the boat, we are also looking to sell our reserve ladder truck. And just a little bit of history on this. This was purchased about 4 years ago.
Deputy Chief, I think we need to take public comment separately. So with that, I am going to open the public hearing on the first vessel, which is the boat. I'm going to call it that. Do we have any public comments on this? The declaration of surplus of this vehicle? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we can move on to the second vehicle, or second item of surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second item that we want to discuss tonight is our reserve ladder truck. In a little bit of history, we purchased this reserve approximately 4.5 years ago, and it has served in a reserve capacity. We do have our primary ladder truck.
Sit tight, I'm getting some side eye here. Were we supposed to conduct the hearing and then take action on each? Okay, so with that, now that the hearing is closed, I will declare the hearing on the first vessel closed with no public comment. I guess, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion on that? Sorry about this.
All right, you can, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4586 declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to transfer the property to another government agency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you, sorry. That was an aye, correct, Mr. Perales?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we've all spoken, I'll still say any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a picture here of our reserve ladder truck, and again, I'll just go back through that. We've had it for about 4.5 years. It serves as our reserve ladder truck in the event that our primary ladder truck needs maintenance, has a mechanical issue of that nature, so it'll go into its place. The reserve ladder truck is 20 years old, and about that time frame, NFPA is advised.
Deputy Chief, I apologize. So this is listed under resolutions with no public hearing for this one. That's correct? Okay. Hold on. Let me make it formal. So we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances, resolutions not relating to hearings. There's a single item, item A, which is resolution number 4587, surplus sale through consignment of city personal property. This is going to stay with Deputy Chief. I apologize for these fumbles here. But here we are. You can move back into your presentation.
No problem.
Sorry about that, sir.
No problem at all. Thank you. So again, here's our reserve ladder truck, and again, when we were going through our fleet and considering the outlook and the future and what our needs are going to be, we realized that we are going to be needing a new ladder truck within the next 4 years. Our current ladder truck is going to be reaching the end of its life cycle, which for the NFPA is about 20 years. So this vehicle, this ladder truck is 20 years old. The maintenance costs on it are increasing as they naturally do with age. So we have two. What we need to do is try and focus on the purchase and acquisition of a new ladder truck. And right now, talking with our manufacturer, the build time on that is about 3.5 to 4 years. So if we ordered it today, we wouldn't see it until about 2028. So at hopefully the earliest. And they are rising in costs. Our equipment replacement fund is healthy in that reserve right there. We have about $1.6 million in the bank. Now, don't have a heart attack, but the ladder trucks right now, the newer ones are going for about 2.4. So we have a gap there to cover. And what we found is that we believe if we were able to sell our backup ladder truck, and right now the average on what we're seeing would be around $300,000. We still think that we could collect on the ladder truck even with its age. That would close that gap just a little bit closer, so that when we do need to go through the sales agreement for a new ladder truck and actually begin the build, we're that much closer, and then we can work with the financing options on what that looks like. So again, this is a 20-year-old ladder truck. We're feeling comfortable not having a reserve at this point. Richland and Kennewick run their cities without a reserve, and what we really rely on is that master mutual aid agreement, which helps us in the event that we need a ladder truck to come into our jurisdiction. If the current one has a mechanical failure or needs maintenance or anything like that, we do have that ability to pull from different agencies within the region. So we feel comfortable after an analysis with Chief Crowley and Deputy Chief Harkins. We feel comfortable that we will have the operational capacity from our neighbors if we need it. Our current ladder truck, it is incurring some more maintenance costs, which is going to be normal, but we feel pretty comfortable that the one we have right now is going to carry us through for the next 3 or 4 years until we can get a newer one put in its place. So with that, my ask and proposal tonight is to put this through the sales process. We want to use a company, it's a consignment company, to assist us with this sale. What they'll do is advertise it nationwide and then work through the sales process with us. But that's request we have for tonight is the ability to sell our reserve ladder truck as well to close the gap on the purchase of a new one.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Prowlis?
Yeah, the only question that I had was that we bought this a few years ago, and now we're trying to sell it to get some money. And so I hope we're buying equipment that we're going to be needing for a longer duration of time. So I guess if I can get some insights on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Prowse. Appreciate the question. The new ladder or new aerial trucks, new fire engines that we just purchased, they're good for that 20-year mark. And that process of planning, we really try and start that 5, 6, 7 years out. But with the proper maintenance, and our shops do a very, very good job. And we have additional contractors in the area that can help us out that specialize in these apparatus. So we feel comfortable that moving forward with these new engines, they're designed to last a long time. We do beat them up, but they do last. The predicted lifespan on these is that 20-year mark. And when we go through, like I said, we're taking a look at technology, what will last, and we sole source with Pierce. And it's the biggest name in the industry, and you know they're workhorses, so we know we can rely on them. But well understood, and I think going forward, the next ladder truck is going to last us quite some time.
Thank you. Mr. Prowlis, that satisfy?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4587, declaring city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to sell the property through consignment.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. With that moves us on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. See none, and I don't see a light from staff, so I'm assuming there is none. Then that moves us on to number 11, which is new business. Again, not seeing any lights from staff, so I assume we're good there. And that moves us on to item number 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. I do see Mr. Zabel's light on.
So good evening, Mayor, Council. Apologies there on 8A and 9A. The difference between those is the boat was a value of over $50,000, and you were transferring it to another agency, so it required the public hearing. The other one is just an outright sale, the engine itself, so that's why the difference. So. And then secondly, a couple of things. I did get a note out earlier today, but all of you may not have received it, but the contractor's been hired to work on downtown cleanup. That work started today, already making an impact downtown. And I know that's something council had expressed concern about in recent weeks. So staff's been working on pulling that together. Thank you to Director Rice. And then secondly, city participated in the State Department of Agricultural Japanese beetle spray program. So all of our city properties, or a number of our city properties, were sprayed with the beetle containment area on late last week. So, in case you get a question from a community member or what have you, so that's all I had.
Thank you. Do we have any, Mr. Prowse, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I'll just simply note that I do know that in a couple weeks we have an Easter egg hunt coming up. I don't have those details right in front of me. I know it's the 19th, I believe, at noon, one of the parks. We'll get more details on that, and I'm excited to be part of that. I know my kid's got a baseball game, but I'm hopeful to run over and catch, and celebrate something that's critical in my life, which is the resurrection of my Savior Jesus Christ. And I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity that the city has to celebrate Easter as a community, and so I'm excited for that. So I appreciate the staff putting that together. With that moves us on to, are we still intending to do our exec session?
Yes.
Seeing our
yes.
Is our legal counsel joining us electronically?
Electronically, yes.
All right, so I just want to make sure I got the right folks. So we are on to number 13, which is executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I, listed for 8 minutes. We're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager?
We're going to have the assistant city manager in the first to represent staff, the first item.
Okay.
And then the second item, it'll be myself and the deputy city manager.
Okay, so.
And the chief.
And the fire chief or
police chief? Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so in the first, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, police chief? Okay. Just the assistant city manager in the first. Okay, so in the first, we're going to have the assistant city manager. In the second, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and police chief in the second. Legal counsel being both. Slated for 8 minutes. We are going to call that 7:47 since we're halfway through this minute. So we'll be back roughly at 7:47. It is 7:55. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting on Monday, April 14th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal action in specific items, and during workshops, we only discuss items with no formal action items taken. So with that, you'll hear that we have a special meeting shortly thereafter, followed by a workshop meeting. Agenda packets are available at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those following along online, for those present, there's a little table with a blue arrow that says agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, on its website, on its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting agenda and video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Here.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, again, we're in the special meeting portion for anyone following along. We've got a single item, well, 3 motions. Under new business number 4, resolutions number 4588, 4589, and 4590, use of temporary staff services, and it looks like the Assistant City Manager, Angela Pashong, will be presenting this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the item tonight is we are seeking council approval for the 3 resolutions to authorize personal services agreements with the following temporary staffing agencies: Advanced Services, Inc., Infogenie, Inc., Persona Employment Solutions. These contracts will support seasonal and project-based and hard-to-fill roles across departments, primarily in the Parks and Animal Services divisions. There's many reasons why to use temporary service or temporary staffing agencies, including flexibility. They enable the city to quickly scale staffing for seasonal or emergent needs without the overhead of permanent hires. Cost savings. They reduce long-term employment costs as the city is not paying benefits or payroll taxes directly. Efficiency. Agencies handle the recruitment, screening, and onboarding, saving time and resources. It reduces our risk. Agencies bear the burden and liability for compliance for several requirements, including those of family leave laws and L&I. Speed. Agencies provide a pre-screened talent pool, helping us fill needs faster. Expertise, we bring in specialized skill sets without long-term training commitments. And then trial opportunity. Temporary roles can serve as a vetting period for potential permanent hires. We have seen particular use of this at our animal services for our kennel tech positions. Those positions are, you may think you're in for walking dogs only, but it's a lot harder than that. So that's been a very beneficial setup for us. So a little background on agency selection. To align with procurement best practices, in February 2025, the city issued an RFP for proposals, which we received 24, and we have selected 3 agencies based on their capacity, pricing, and qualifications. These contracts are for 2 years with an optional 1-year extension, so it gives us an opportunity to build a relationship with them, see how it's going, get the reporting mechanisms and requests that we have for them, and then if we see that it's a good fit, to continue with that opportunity. So fiscal impact, expenses are budgeted in departmental operating budgets. So annually we hire primarily for our park seasonals. So those are the individuals out mowing the grass, our boulevards, and doing that. We hire 16 of those positions every year, and that's about $300,000. And then we also have 1 role out at our cemetery because as irrigation's turned on, the grass grows, and we need to make sure that that is maintained. These annual needs align with our irrigation season. And in 2021, there was, we had a higher budget for seasonals for our parks crew, but we converted 7 of those into permanent positions with the expansion of our facilities and our needs. We did have the need for year-round. We just don't have need for year-round for this many individuals. So the request to council tonight is approval of the 3 resolutions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barajas.
Thank you. Quick question. You probably do have this, what is the overall savings on going this route versus hiring full-time jobs through the city?
So the biggest savings is going to be, and I'm not going to give you a flat dollar amount, I can definitely get that for you, but without the need of full-time 16 additional staff, it would be exponentially more expensive to bring them on. You'd be paying salary and benefits year-round. And so there is a markup when you do a temporary staffing agency, but it's less than if you had them full-time with benefits.
Do we have any further council discussion on this issue? Seeing none, do we have a special meeting? Do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to close public comment. With that, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4588 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Advanced Services Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
Second.
Give that to Ms. Bras. Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Go ahead with the second and bless you, Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4589 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Infungi Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
It's going to be a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed, say nay. That too passed unanimously. Let's go for a third time.
All right, third time's a charm. I move to approve resolution number 4590 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal service agreement with Persona Employment Solutions for temporary staffing services.
We got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Sounds like we got a third unanimous. With that, we are going to adjourn our special meeting. I'll give the clerk a few seconds to make sure she has time to crane her neck to the clock. I think we're good. Okay, did I see the signal? We're okay to roll. With that, I am going to open our workshop meeting. It was listed for 7:05. We're 3 minutes late, so Chief Roski, I apologize. We've consumed that extra 3 minutes. I'll make it up by skipping items 1, 2, and 3 and moving on to item number 4. Do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board of Directors meeting. We talked about the strategic plan and ridership and had a lively discussion about trip costs per person, management of the fleet, and it was really a fruitful discussion, fruitful meeting. The day before, myself, Councilmember Barajas, and Councilwoman Blaisdell all attended online the Tri-Cities Public Facilities District meeting, where the group voted me secretary of the board. The interesting thing about that is they had not called a meeting in nearly 2 years. It was, I believe, March or April of 2023 was the last time they had called a meeting. And there's various reasons and things going on, but that is something for me really to dig into in coming weeks and months and find out, well, what are we doing if, we don't need to meet that often? And I know the idea is obviously to serve as a regional public facilities board, but once again, I have a lot to learn, a lot to dig my teeth into, Mr. Mayor, and I also joined the Mayor Pro Tem today at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce lunch with a fair amount of staff, where we got to hear our own Fire Chief Crowley give an update about really the fire department. And it was the first time that anybody knows the fire department ever presented at the lunch. So it was really good to have one of our own heart and soul there talking just the core of Pasco. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first night with the Pasco Police Academy last Tuesday. Very informative. I was pretty impressed. I've done a couple of them, not for the Pasco, but for other municipalities, and just the breadth of knowledge and the presentations was really well done. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next couple weeks. Then I attended the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies ribbon cutting. I wasn't there for the ribbon cutting initially, but I ended up going about an hour after. A lot of people already had left, and I talked with Sarah, and she had some really good treats, and it's cool to see that she has stuff in the White House. I thought that was really interesting, and really, should make us all proud that something like that is actually making that much of an impact. And then I went out and gave out some VIP patches to some of our Girl Scouts this weekend. I think Sunday was the last day for them to sell cookies. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was there for also the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies, and phenomenal stuff. I can't say enough about it. I didn't think that a freeze-dried pickle would taste so good, but it was really good. All the stuff she had was really good. They had a lot of candies and freeze-dried, was it just pickle Skittles? I didn't think that was good, but it was actually pretty good as well. So I would recommend people that if it's by the Berkshire Aircraft is on the back side and the railway yard is on the front side, but it's that whole row, and it's just some unique places in there. So I'd recommend if you get a chance to go check it out. And then I also did have a COPA meeting also on Friday, and they talked a lot about how to move the organization along, but not asking for the city for money at the moment. And one thing they're talking about doing is fundraising. In October, some students from Kalima will be coming and visiting the Pasco. And again, just different ways that we in the COPA organization can make it better for Pasco and for these kids, the cooperation between Kalima and Pasco. So it was a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Harpster.
I thought somebody else would have mentioned this, but I attended a council retreat on Saturday and saw a few of you there. Just want the public to know your council's doing work on Saturdays and discussed our priorities and spent a lot of time on budget. So again, appreciate staff's time that was there and everybody else's time up here.
Thank you. They were certainly well prepared and well armed with information. So hopefully we'll be able to nail some things down here over the next few months, and we appreciate that. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public comment is limited to an aggregate of 8 minutes. It's going to be 2 minutes segments, pro and con. So if you have a position, please state that when you come up and offer your name and county residence for the mic. So aside from that introduction, we have a few items. The first one is item A. Pasco School District is here to discuss their district impact fees. Looks like Mr. Zabel, you're going to kick us off there.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Just to kick this off a minute, the school district, and it's a very, very regulated process, is allowed to work with the city under the city's authority to impose school impact fees for new growth, new development in the community. And in the case of Pasco, that's been occurring since 2012. Back in March of 2012, city imposed ordinance 4046, which set rates for single family and multifamily residences $4,700 per unit and $4,525 per unit each. And those have been in place since. Annually, or I think semi-annually, is it? Yeah, semi-annually, the district's been to us, and part of that process is a capital facilities plan. So the district goes through a very public process, has consistently invited city officials to participate in that process of school needs for schools, and a process that accounts for growth, the impacts of growth. And through that, in a very, I think, a very tightly designed formula, you basically crank out an impact fee, and that's been a pretty steady thing throughout. This school district just went through this process over the past several months, and this evening Denise Stiffarn, who is the legal counsel for Pasco School District, and Michelle Whitney, the superintendent, are here to talk about the results of their latest efforts. I believe they've already met with the school board and shared that, but want to share that with council. Ultimately, it'll be up to council to consider the input they hear tonight and make a determination on future impact fee schedule. So with that.
All right. Thank you so much for having us here again this year. It's been a couple of years since the last time we came and talked about school impact fees and the district's capital facilities plan. I appreciate the city manager's intro and also the staff report in your packet. And I'll try not to be too repetitive as I walk through, but just some history on why we're here, what the capital facilities plan is. So, there we go. So again, the school district has been preparing this capital facilities plan since 2012. The last time we were before you was in February of 2023 with the 2022 capital facilities plan. And just as some additional background, the school district's board of directors goes through a process, as the city manager explained. They go through a SEPA environmental review process, and then at the board adopts the capital facilities plan and forwards it on to the city council for review. So being back here this year establishes that 2-year review. What the reason why we are here at the city and talking about school district capital facilities planning is that the Growth Management Act requires that to the extent a school district wants to request school impact fees, it works with its local jurisdictions by providing a capital facilities plan, and in turn, if that jurisdiction chooses to collect school impact fees on behalf of the school district, that jurisdiction adopts that plan by reference as a part of your own comprehensive plan, and then of course adopts a fee ordinance. So coming in every 2 years, we've gone through this process, and in that capital facilities plan since 2012, the fees have remained consistent. And that's something I'll touch on a little bit more in this conversation tonight, because for the first time this year, the fees look a little bit different. Now, when I say the fees have been consistent, every 2 years, the district has updated its plan. It's had different projects related to capacity needs and different impacts related to growth. But as they've run that through the formula, they've applied a discretionary discount in addition to the city's 25% required discount to get to what's been an even fee across the years. This year, for the first time with new projects in the 2025 capital facilities plan, the fee is actually decreasing below what that threshold has been in the past. And I'll dive a little bit more into that in the coming slides. So from the Growth Management Act, we know that there are 5 basic requirements, and in the school district context, the elements of that capital facilities plan first are establishing a locally adopted level of service. For school districts, that level of service is based upon educational programming standards. And so essentially this is how many students per classroom based upon the educational program, and in turn how many students per building the school district has across its service levels. We then look to existing inventory. So you'll see that the capital facilities plan delineates all of the different school facilities, including the non-educational facilities. We compare the district's 6-year enrollment projections, so looking out towards the 2030-31 school year in this case, looking by grade level, and comparing that specifically to the existing capacity to identify what, if any, needs there are related to that expected growth. When we've identified expected needs in the financing plan, the district identifies projects planned to address those needs, what they're expected to cost, and how the district expects to finance those projects. And then that finally establishes the basis for the impact fee. So talking first about enrollment forecasts and capacity, this district has been a strong growth district since 2012 and even before then. And that growth has continued fairly consistent over the years with some slight dips happening or some lowering in the rate of growth during the pandemic and then immediately thereafter. That has started to pick back up to pre-pandemic levels, and the district over the next 6 years is planning to see about 200 students or a little bit more per year coming into the district, and that's growth at all 3 grade levels. Now, in determining growth projections, the district looks at various demographic needs related to projecting. They look at the experience in their district of the cohort survival, so students progressing traditionally through their grade systems. They look at development data across the district from both the county and the city. They also look at the rate of the birth rates. How many new students do they expect in those kindergarten grades? They've worked with outside demographers and have taken information from 2 outside demographers for purposes of this study to pull together all of that information to generate their 6-year enrollment projections. So a lot of work goes into looking at what realistically is expected in terms of growth, and in this case, continuing to see growth and seeing growth at all 3 grade levels. This district has been very fortunate in that the district's taxpayers have been quite generous over the years in funding capacity projects and non-capacity projects. So in 2017, of course, the Three Rivers Elementary School and the Columbia River Elementary Schools were funded and constructed. There were also expansions at the middle school level and some portable adjustments. And then most recently in 2023, the 2 new high schools were funded, and those are moving along and will be open for instruction in just a few months in the fall of 2025. There's also been modernization at the Chiawana and Pasco high schools and some athletic field improvements and land acquisition.